Sure thing. Did you know that the GT4 class was actually created to be a more affordable and accessible version of the higher-tier racing classes? It's like the entry-level superstar for amateur racers and amateur teams who want to experience racing without breaking the bank. Plus, they're pretty versatile and often look fantastic on the track. Hey everyone! If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The clock's ticking down, so get your choices in before it's too late. Don't miss out on the fun. Well, looking at these two cars and considering the track, I'd say naveling in the Nissan 370Z Nismo GT4 might have the edge. That newer model tends to be more agile and packs a bit more modern tech, which could give it a slight advantage on a tight winding track like Long Beach. Maya in the Panos, while charming and potentially surprise us all, might find it a little more challenging against the more streamlined and sporty Nissan. But hey, we all love an underdog story, right? Let's see if Maya can defy expectations today. Alright folks, Henfatig is kicking things off on pole in that sleek 2019 Ferrari 488 GT4 at Long Beach. Let's see if he can hold on to that lead or if someone else is ready to take a sneaky chance. Henfatig has taken an early lead, with Amy right behind in second. Jacinta Box is holding on to third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Jacinta Box is holding a slim lead over Amy for second place. Cuifo just overtook Nadzerob Starks to climb into fourth. Nadzerob Starks and Cuifo are now nose to tail, fighting for that fourth spot. Nox Exodus and the Hyper 7 are nose to tail for sixth place. Brando Booster is climbing up to 15. Brando Booster and King Chud 22 are locked in a close fight for 13. Nox Exodus and the Hyper 7 are nose to tail for 6th place. Maya is climbing up one spot to 8th. Gnaveling and Naya are locked in a close fight for 8th. Cuifo and Jacinta Box are neck and neck for 3rd place. Maya is climbing up to 6th. Story Forge is making a move to 16. Netsero Obstax is climbing fast, now in 3rd place. Jacinta Box is right behind, both pushing hard for that 3rd spot. Kufo and Jack-Box are neck and neck for the 4th place. Nox Exodus is sneaking up 1 spot to 7th. Maya and Nox Exodus are locked in a close fight for 7th. Amy and Hen Fatig are still neck and neck for 1st place. Tangaduki TTV and I are locked in a close fight for 8th. Netzero Starks is climbing up to 2nd place. Xbasic Switch is making a move to 9th. The Kriti Kaleg is also advancing to 10th. Things are heating up. Jack-Box is climbing to 3rd place. Kufo is now in 4th. The Hebra 7 has moved into 5th. Looks like a little shuffle at the front. Navling is closing in fast on Era Special, cutting the gap by over 6 seconds. Maya just climbed 1 spot to 7th place. Bodad Surar and Shotskis are nose to nose for 16th. Xbasic is closing in on Nox Exodus, the gap shrinking by 2.7 seconds. Bodatsuro has climbed 1 spot to 16. Shotskis and Bodazura are nose to nose for that same spot, so expect some fireworks. Niserop Starks is chipping away at Henfatic's lead, now just a 2.5 seconds behind. Maya has climbed 1 spot to 6th place. Nox Exodus is gaining on Amy quickly, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Xbasic Switch and Nox Exodus are still neck and neck for 8th place. The critical leg is closing in on Xbasic Switch X, cutting the gap by 130 seconds. Unclearly Gaming is climbing 2 spots to take 16th. Wow, Henfatty just won the race. Looks like they're really good at crossing the finish line first. Congratulations. Wow, Henfatty, you did it! Huge congratulations on winning the race. That was a really impressive drive. As for the car, Maya, you've earned yourself a 2006 Panos Esperant GT4. Well deserved. Who's ready for the next race? Sure thing. Did you know that the 1967 F1 racing cars were some of the last to feature open-wheel designs with exposed tires? It was like watching tiny, speed-focused rocket ships with a dash of vintage flair. Plus, that year marked the beginning of the turbo era, making racing even more unpredictable and thrilling. So basically, it was a perfect mix of raw power and old-school charm. Oh, this is a classic battle of the vintage beauties. The BRMP-83 is known for its bold design and raw power. But the Matra MS7 has that lightweight agility and finesse. Honestly, I'd say it's a toss-up because both cars have their unique charm. Cherogamatas BAM might have the brute strength, but Balsamic Vinto 183's Matra could outmaneuver with smoother handling. I'm leaning slightly towards the Matra MS7 winning this race, but don't be surprised if Zach pulls a surprise with some old-school dominance. Either way, this is a race for the history books. Alright folks, Ogvolfi is on pole in the legendary 1967 McLaren M5A at Hungaroring. This is gonna be a throwback race to remember. Oxwolfe is leading the race, followed closely by Rowdy Zrolf in second place. Tebom is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. T-Bomb just overtook someone to climb into second place. T-Bomb and Oxwolfe are nose to tail for the lead. Rowdy Zrolf and T-Bomb are also close, fighting for second. Your Instinct is on the move, climbing to 12th place after overtaking 3 cars. James Smile is also making a move, now in 14th place after passing 4 cars. Wayne Abretsky is gaining ground, now in 16th place after overtaking 3 cars. T-Bomb is climbing up to 2nd place. Balsamic Vinto 183 is also moving up to 8th. Your Instinct and Titus 61 are locked in a close fight for 11th. Darigas is climbing 2 spots to 12th place. Your Instinct and Darigas are nose to nose for 12th place. Vargala Svet is gaining 1 spot to 15th place. Cherogamasak and Bees McGee are nose to tail for 5th place. Rando Buster and Juno's Got the Leads are locked in a close fight for 16th. Brando Buster is climbing up 2 spots to 15th place. Vargala Svet and Brando Buster are nose to nose for that same spot. The F1 1967 cars are quite evenly matched here. But the Hungaroring's tight turns favor those with better handling and agility. The track's narrow layout is likely keeping overtakes limited, so driver skill and car setup are making the real difference. Bees McGee is climbing up to 4th place. Aussie 222 is also moving up to 9th. Aussie 4002 and Balsamic Vinto. A 1983 are nose to nose for 8th. Litho Cop and Bees McGee are nose to tail for 4th place. Aussie 2002 and Balsamic Vinto 183 are locked in a close fight for 8th. PT 61 just gained 1 spot and is now 10th. Taide 61 is climbing nicely to 9th place. Your Instinct is also making moves up to 12th place. Darigos and Your Instinct are nose to tail for 12th place. Lithocarp's cars are BRP83, and they are currently in 5th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Rowdy Zerolf is climbing up to 2nd place. T-Bomb and Rowdy Zerolf are nose to nose for 2nd. Taide 61 and Balsamic Vintu, 183, are locked in a close fight for 8th. Taide 61 is climbing up to 8th place. Rundum 69 is making a move to 19th. Cherogamersach just sneaked into 5th place. Taide 61 and the Lightning Thief are nose to nose for 7th. Oziut 2002 and Balsamic Vintu 183 are locked in a close fight for 9th. Aussie Twan 2 is climbing to 9th place. James Mayo is advancing to 15th. James Mayo and Brando Buster are nose to nose for 14th. Your Instinct is driving a Cooper T81B and is currently in the 13th place. They're close behind Daragos, but a bit off the pace with a fastest lap of 1.19. Looks like a steady race, but they need to pick up the pace if they want to climb higher. Dariga is driving the Eagle Mark 1T1G, a classic and lightweight car. They're currently in 10th place, but their lap time suggests they might be struggling to keep up with the leaders. Wow, Ogs Wolfie just took the victory. Looks like someone's got the magic touch today. Well done. Wow, Oaks Wolfie really pulled off an impressive win. Congratulations to them. Looks like they've got the skills to steal the show today. Can't wait to see what they do in the next race. Sure. The 2016 McLaren MP 431 was actually designed for Formula One racing, and it was known for its innovative use of aerodynamic features, although it struggled with reliability that season. A fun fact is that despite its challenges, the car featured a hybrid power unit that was quite advanced for its time, showcasing McLaren's commitment to pushing technology forward, even if the results weren't always perfect. Sometimes being fast on paper doesn't exactly translate to winning races. But hey, the engineering was definitely impressive. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The countdown is almost up, and we don't want any last-minute panic buys. Jump in before it's too late, and let's see which of these AI racers takes the crown. Alright, this is an interesting matchup. Amy's Mercedes F1W07 Hybrid is a powerhouse known for its speed and agility, especially on technical tracks. Raineki's Haas VF16, on the other hand, is a decent car, but not quite as refined or fast as Amy's Mercedes. Given the car choices, I'd put my money on Amy. That Mercedes was a top contender in its time, and has some serious speed in its engine. Raineki's Haas might have a chance if the race is about consistency and strategy. But overall, I think Amy's car has the edge here. Let's see if the AI can prove me wrong, or if I've made a pretty safe call. Hey Naibe, welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you returning for some AI racing action. Hope you're ready to see some fast cars and maybe a few surprises along the way. Sit back, enjoy, and let's see which AI car takes the lead. Alright everyone, the race just kicked off at the Super 8 track, and up front we've got a Wildrino on pole in a 2016 Sauber C35. Let's see if they can hold that lead. Wildrino has taken an early lead. Waldo is right behind in second, and Anarchisix is holding on to third. Looks like a tight battle already. Anarchisix just gained 1 spot and is now in second place. Skoza Ops moved up 2 spots and is now in third. U100 moved up 1 spot to fifth. U100 and Waldo are nose-to-nose fighting for fourth place. Story Forge is on a roll, climbing 5 spots to 5th place. Waldo is having a tough time, dropping 6 places to 10th. U100 is inching forward, moving up 1 spot to 4th. Story Forge is climbing up to 4th place. Reinecke is making a move up to 6th. Both are on the push. Waldo is on a roll, climbing to 7th place. Maya is right behind, also making a move to 8th. Reinecke is gaining ground, now in 5th. Pan. The battle is heating up. Reinecke is climbing fast into 3rd place. Maya is closing the gap on Waldo, now just 1 second behind. Diogo Numericals and Maya are locked in a tight fight for 8th place. U100 is climbing fast into 4th place. Diogo Miracles is making a move to 8th. Amy is closing in on Maya by nearly 2 seconds. Waldo is on a roll, now in 2nd place. Diogo Miracles is hot on his heels, also climbing fast. Maya is making a move, climbing to 4th. Looks like a tight battle shaping up. Amy is comfortably ahead of Reinecke, but with only 9 laps left, anything can happen. Reinecke might be eyeing that gap for an overtake if the opportunity arises. Waldo is driving a Red Bull RB12 and is currently in 2nd place. Looks like he's making a solid push after starting 3rd. Alright everyone, it looks like the AI decided to take a little detour and got a bit lost on the track. So, we're calling it a day for this race, and no points will be awarded. Don't worry, we'll be back with a fresh race soon enough. Hopefully with less wandering and more racing. Thanks for sticking around, and stay tuned for the next round. Alright everyone, the stream is now fixed and ready to go. Thanks for sticking around while we sorted that out. Grab some popcorn because these AI cars are about to race and it's going to be a wild ride. Let's see who takes the winning spot this time. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd go with the 2019 McLaren 720S GT3. It's the newest and most technologically advanced, so it probably has a few tricks up its sleeve that could give it an edge around the S and retro circuit. Plus, with that kind of speed and agility, it's likely to navigate those tricky corners a lot faster than the others. But hey, who knows how the AI will surprise us today? Alright everyone, the clock is ticking down. Make your choices quickly or you'll be stuck with whatever the AI picks for you. Better act fast or you might end up with a clunker in the race. Alright, this is quite the matchup. On one side, we have Zasacher with the sleek, modern Ferrari 488 GT Sprint Ot. That car is known for its agility and speed, especially on a track like Circuit S and Retro, which rewards precision and handling. On the other side, Mergutsu with the 2011 McLaren MP 4-12C GT3. It's a powerful machine with a bit of age on its side, but that might just mean it's got some seasoned tricks up its sleeve. Honestly, I'd give the edge to Zasacher because the Ferrari's newer tech and sharper handling could give it the advantage in tight corners and quick straights. But don't count out Mergutsu just yet. Sometimes that older, tried-and-true machine surprises us with its resilience. So, my bet is on Zasacher to cross the finish line first, but this is definitely one to keep an eye on. It's a close call. Alright everyone, The race is underway at the Circuit SN Retro track. Maya is on pole position, steering the classic 2012 Aston Martin Vantage GT3. Let's see if she can hold on to that lead or if the competition will catch up. Maya is leading the pack right now, holding the first place. Amy is right behind in second, and Zassatur is in third, trying to keep up. The race is off to a quick start. Zassatur just overtook someone to take second place. Miragutsu and Aetherplasm are still locked in a close fight for fifth. Awildraino is climbing up to ninth. Meanwhile, Awildraino and Reiswachingyo are neck and neck for eighth. Wilderino is climbing up to 8th place. Naturayan Lucky is now in 16th. Betsma has moved into 19th. Amy is in second place with the 2015 Cadillac TSVR. Looks like she's holding steady but not quite catching Maya at the front. Ikar 77 and Mirkatsu are nose-to-nose for 6th place. Dr. Keeps Appaway and Riswachingyo are locked in a close fight for 9th. Riswachingyo is climbing up to 8th place. Awildrino and Riswachingyo are neck and neck for 8th. Anonymous Ninity 3 and the Amobias are fighting hard for 11th. Anonymous Ninity 3 and Ayamobias are nose to tail for 11th place. Naturally Yunlucky just gained one spot and is now 15th. Anonymous Ninity 3 is in 12th place with the 2012 Lada Granta. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Dank Nuggins is driving a 2013 Peugeot 208R2. They're currently in 13th place, holding steady but not exactly making waves. Looks like a quiet race for them so far. Edzos 21 is in 3rd place driving a 2012 Aston Martin Vantage GT3. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. The tight corners at Aston Retro are making overtakes tricky, but the Aston Martins are holding strong at the front. Ikar 77 is driving a 2019 McLaren 720S GT3. They are currently in 8th place and seem to be holding steady, but no overtakes yet. Sessatur is holding a slim lead over Margutsu, but with only one lap to go, it's anyone's game. Expect some aggressive moves soon. Iconic Odd just nudged into 16th place. Zurich Gaming Gate and Iconic Odd are nose to tail, fighting for that same spot. Sessatur is driving a 2018 Ferrari 488G 3 Sprint 8. They're currently in 2nd place, closing in on the leader. Looks like they're making a strong push but still have some ground to catch up. Dank Nuggins is driving a 2013 Peugeot 208R2, a compact rally car known for agility. They're currently in 13th place, holding steady but not making much noise. Methaplasm and Edsos 21 are nose-to-nose for 4th place. Dr. Keeps Appleway and the Wild Rhino are locked in a fierce fight for 9. Naturayan Lucky is climbing up 1 spot to 14. Anonymous Ninity 3 is climbing up to 11th place. Ovidus is now in 19th position. Amy's holding a solid position in 3rd and just set the fastest lap, so he's definitely pushing for a podium finish. Anonymous Ninity 3 is driving a 2012 Lada Granta. They're currently in 12th place, but their lap time suggests they're way off the pace. Looks like a long way to go. Hey there, Steve Jumper. Welcome back to the chaos. Glad you could rejoin the racing madness. Hope you're ready to see some AI cars scramble for glory. Iconic Odd is climbing to 15th place. Betsma is also moving up to 17. Looks like they're both feeling ambitious today. Amy is holding a solid lead with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got the pace to stay ahead unless something dramatic happens. Wow, Maya, you really sped past everyone? Nice job winning the race at Circuit Assen Retro. Congratulations to Maya for winning the race. That was a fantastic drive. You really showed those cars who's boss. And a big shout out to Amy for snatching up the fastest lap. You've earned yourself a 2015 Cadillac TSVR. Get ready to enjoy that beast. Thanks to everyone for racing and tuning in. We'll do this again soon. Here's a fun fact about the 2001 Mercedes-Benz CLK55 AMG. It was one of the last naturally aspirated V8s from Mercedes before they fully shifted to turbocharged engines. That means it had a sweet, naturally aspirated 5.4-liter V8, pushing out about 347 horsepower. Though, it was kind of the last of an old-school, loud and proud American muscle car vibe, but in a sleek German package. Alright everyone, hurry up and pick your favorite car before the clock runs out. The race is about to start and I don't want anyone to miss out on their dream machine. Time's ticking. So make your choice now. Alright, so we have Amy in a 2006 Volvo S60R, which is known for safety and comfort, but not really for tearing up the track. On the other hand, Amin-san in a 2002 Honda SXR, which is lightweight and has that sleek sports car vibe. Given the track is Automotodrome Grobnik, which is quite twisty and demanding on handling, I'd probably lean towards the Honda SXR pulling ahead. It's more agile and better suited for a racetrack, while the Volvo might be a bit sluggish in comparison. But hey, anything can happen in AI racing, so I'm pretty excited to see who crosses that virtual finish line first. Hey Amin-san! Welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you back for some AI car racing action. Hope you're ready for some fast-paced fun. Alright everyone! The race kicks off at Automotodrome Grobnik, and Max Birley is leading the pack in that vintage 2003 Renault Clio 606. Classic choice for a street car, but let's see if it can hold that pole position. Max Birley has taken the lead right out of the gate. Thomas Moran is holding strong in second, and Emeraltic 398 is in third. Looks like a tight battle already forming behind the front runners. Druerfals is climbing up to third place. Silhouette is also moving up now in fourth. Emeraltic 398 and Silhouette are nose to nose for that fourth spot. Maya is charging through the field, now in 15th place after overtaking 3 cars. Silhouette is climbing steadily, now in 3rd place. Druerfals and Silhouette are nose to tail, fighting hard for 3rd. Mood Tuba and Lux Ravenous are locked in a fierce fight for 6th place. Bush 86 is climbing up to 8th. Dre 192 X is making a move to 17th. Silhouette is making a statement up front. Druerfals and Thomas Moran are nose to nose for 3rd. Mutube is climbing fast into the top 5. Bush 86 is climbing up to 7th place. Amin-san has moved into 9th. Girl of Diamond has gained 2 spots and is now 11. Maya is on the move, climbing to 10th place after overtaking 6 cars. Amy is making her way up, now in 12th after passing 3. Dre 192 Gex is also on the rise, now in 13th after overtaking 4 cars. Steve Jumper is making a charge, now in 10th place after overtaking 4 cars. Girl of Diamond is also climbing fast, now in 11th after 6 overtakes. Zap Brandigan is not falling behind, moving up 3 spots to 12. Zap Brandigan is having a rough time, dropping to 18th place. Thomas Moran and Mutube are nose-to-nose for 4. Steve Jumper is inching closer to Amundsen, closing the gap by over a second. Mutube just overtook someone to claim 3rd place. Mutube and Max Pirelli are nose-to-nose for 2nd. Lux Ravenous and Emerald Tick 398 are locked in a close fight for 7th. Mutube is climbing up to 2nd place. Droerfals and Max Pirelli are nose-to-nose for 3rd. Amundsen is making a move, gaining 2 spots to sit in 7th. Girl of Diamond is storming through the field, now in 6th after overtaking 4 cars. Droerfals has climbed to 3rd place. Emeritic 398 has moved up to 7th, and those two in a tight battle for 6th are making it interesting. Zumbush 86 is on a tear, climbing 4 spots to 4th place. Amundsen is also making moves, overtaking 4 cars to reach 7. I'm closing in on Steve Jumper, shrinking the gap by almost 2 seconds. Zumbush 86 is climbing up to 3rd place. Girl of Diamond and Amundsen are nose-to-nose for 7. Steve Jumper is inching into the top 10. Girl of Diamond is climbing up to 7th place. Lux Ravenous is making a move to 10th. Who is next to make a leap? Girl of Diamond is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 4th place. Silhouette is having a tough time, dropping 6 places to 7. Mutube is holding strong, moving up 1 spot to take the lead. Silhouette is on fire, climbing straight to the front. Maya is making some nice progress, sneaking into the top 10. Zumbush 86 is having a rough day, dropping way back to 15. Welcome back, MarF Society. Glad to see you return. Hope you're ready for some high-speed chaos in today's AI race. Buckle up. Zumbush 86 is on a tear, climbing from way back to 3rd place. Thomas Moran and Max Pirelli are locked in a close fight for 7th. Emerald Tick 398 and Lux Ravenous are nose to tail for 11th. Steve Jumper is dropping like a stone to 19th place. Girl of Diamond is climbing steadily to 4th. Maya is making a move to 9th. You and Thomas Moran are nose to tail for 8th place. Looks like a fun little duel. Wow. Silhouette really took the checkered flag. Guess they're the ones to beat now. Wow! Silhouette really pulled it off. Huge congratulations to them. That was an impressive race. Looks like they really know how to take the lead when it counts. Great job to Silhouette. Alright, here's a fun fact about the Watkins Glen boot track. Did you know that this part of the track got its nickname because of its shape historically resembling a boot? It's like the track designer wanted to give racers a little fashion statement while they're racing through those twists and turns. So next time you see the boot, just imagine the racers are strutting their stuff in a high-speed runway. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. Make your choice now, or forever hold your peace. We're about to see these AI cars hit the track and unleash their chaos. Hurry up before it's too late. Well, with both drivers being a bit of a mystery, it's really anyone's game. The 1987 RAF CTR Yellowbird is a classic beast, so it's all about who can tame that beast the best around Watkins Glen boot. I'd say the race could come down to a tiny edge of finesse, and maybe a little bit of luck. Since we don't know much about either driver, I'll just sit back and enjoy watching these guys battle it out. But I give a slight edge to the one who might have a tad more racing instinct. We'll see who proves me wrong. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Watkins Glen boot, and leading the pack is Zepp Brandigan in a classic 1983 Porsche 911 930 Turbo 00. We're in for a nostalgic ride with these vintage supercars. Zepp Brandigan has shot to the front, leading the pack. Right behind him, NT Tapsum is holding strong in second place. His Watindio is currently in third, trying to keep up with the leaders. Maya is on the move, climbing up to 20. Caffeinated Car is sneaking into third. Forti Afro and Riswachindio are nose to nose for fourth place. Salmon is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 5th place. Chero Mitsuru's is also making moves, jumping 3 places to 15th. 40 Afro just nudged up 1 spot to 4th. Things are heating up behind the leaders. Zachariah TV just climbed 1 spot to 8th place. Queen Manda and Lux Ravenous are nose to nose for 10th. La Roche is also moving up, now 12th. Wen Yisai's just overtook someone to take the lead. Sanmon Samun and 40 Afro are still locked in a close fight for 4th place. Ikar 77 is climbing up to 6th, inching closer to the top. Sanmon Samun is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 2nd place. Zaprandigan and Caffeinated Car are nose to nose for 3rd. Zadim Mujijamis just nudged up 1 spot to 8th. Lux Ravenous advances to 9th place. Papa Cat C climbs to 11th. J Cheeseman 33 and Lirasha are neck and neck for 13th. Papa Katsi advances to 10th place. Lirasha and Queen Manda are neck and neck for 12th. Gamerboss 72 climbs to 16th. Dalmun Zamun and NEC Tabsumbanki X are nose to nose at the front. 4. Best sneaked into 4th place. Ikar 77 is climbing up to 5th. Looks like the race is heating up. Samun takes the lead, claiming the top spot. Wei Yanti Tabsumbonks and Salmon are nose to nose for 1st place. Zadamoji James is closing the gap on Zabrandigan, slicing it down by over a second. Caffeinated Car is closing in on IE's Tapsumbonk X, the gap shrinking by almost 2 seconds. Velocitor 14 just moved up 1 spot to 21st. Mer F's Society and Cloud Surfer 69 are locked in a fierce duel for 25th place. Zademoji James just gained a spot and is now in 6th place. Zaprandigan and Sademoji James are nose to nose for 6th. Jiachi Iswan 33 moved up 1 spot and is now in 12th. JT Iswan 33 and Wristwatch Indio are battling for 11th place. Papa Kaisi and Zaprandigan are locked in a tight fight for 7th place. Lux Ravenous is closing in on Papa Kaisi, cutting the gap by 1.3 seconds. Yi, Shi, Swishman 33 is climbing up the order, moving up 1 spot to 11th. Papa Kaisi advances to 7th place. Queen Manda also moves up 1 spot to 9th. Lux Ravenous and Queen Manda are neck and neck for 9th place. Aminsan is making a move, climbing up 3 spots to 22nd place. Queen Manda and Zabrandigan are nose to nose for 8th. Amy and J.Chi Swishman 33 are locked in a close fight for 11th. Chero Mitsurosas just sneaked into the 15th place. Autoliatorias and Lithocarp are nose to nose for 17. Marif Society is climbing 2 spots to 19. Boat Afro is closing in on caffeinated car, the gap shrinking by 1.2 seconds. Narc Society is climbing up one spot to take 18th place. Aleatorius and MRF Society are locked in a tight fight for 18. Queen Monda is climbing up to 8th place. Saprandigan and Queen Monda are battling for that 8th spot. Amy is advancing to 11th position. Tyler is on a roll, climbing 8 places to reach 22nd. Cheryl Mitzirols is just nudged up one spot to 14. Zakarai TV also moved up one spot to 15. Wow, Zaman just took the victory. Guess they really know how to make a splash at Watkins Glen Boot. Well deserved. Wow! Salmon took the victory. Congrats on that impressive win. You really earned it out there. And great job to Maya, who did the most overtakes today. You get to claim the legendary 1987 Ferrari F40 S40. That's a pretty sweet ride, so enjoy cruising around in that beauty. If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the Ottawa GP circuit, I'd probably go with the 1966 McLaren M1B. It's a classic American muscle car with a good combination of speed and agility for a vintage racetrack. The Lola T290 could be a close contender since it's lightweight and designed for racing. But I think the Monob's power and handling might just give it the edge. The others are interesting, but most of them are a bit older or more specialized, which might not translate as well to the circuit. Oh wow, what a classic showdown we've got here. Rukimiriki is in a vintage McLaren M1B from 1966, which is legendary but also a bit of a wild card maybe. Naraf Society is in a Lola T290 from 1972, another vintage beauty, but known for its agility. Honestly, in a race like Ottawa GP, the car's age and design matter a lot, but so does the AI's skill at harnessing that power. If I had to make a call, I'd lean slightly towards the Lola T290, because it's lighter and more nimble, which can be a big advantage on a track that favors agility. But don't count out the McLaren either. It has the raw power and might surprise us. It's going to be a close one, and I can't wait to see which AI mastermind pulls ahead. Alright, everyone. The race just kicked off at the Ottawa GP track, and leading the pack is Rukimiriki in a vintage beauty. A 1966 McLaren M1B. Looks like the classic charm is holding its ground early on. Rookie Miriki has shot off the line to take the lead with MRF Society right behind in second place. The Kawati Guerdo is holding on to third, but expects some early action to shake things up. MRF Society and Rookie Miriki are nose to tail for the lead. The Kawati Guerdo and MRF Society are locked in a fierce duel for second place. Alex Nati and Thehadi Guaido are battling hard for third. Sinyahima and Lord Butril are nose to nose for sixth place. Maya and Flanky Frankie are locked in a fierce fight for ninth. Waldo is climbing fast, jumping 2 spots to 17th. Rex Nasser is making a quick climb up the field, overtaking 3 cars to reach the 19th place. Zenyahima is also on the move, gaining 2 spots to sit in 5th. The battle for 4th is heating up as Zenyahima and LXHAXEX are nose to tail. Lord Buttrell just overtook someone to take 6th place. Amy and Lord Buttrell are nose to nose for that spot. I'm climbing up to 9th place, leaving the back of the pack behind. Amin-san just overtook someone to climb to 7th place. Maya is also making a move up to 8th. Looks like Amy and Maya are locked in a close fight for 8th place. MRF Society just nudged ahead to take the lead. Rookie Miriki is right on their tail. No room for mistakes. Lord Buttrell is creeping up to the top 5, inching closer. Maya is now in 7th place, closing in on the top 6. Blanky Frankie has moved up to 10th place, but he's got Sunbird Bowie right on his tail. The battle for 10th is heating up. That new Mira is right behind Sunboard Boy now, closing the gap by almost 3 seconds. Zolicha Dominity 1 has climbed 2 spots to 13th. King Chu 22 has moved up 1 position to 19th. Zenyahima and Lord Buttrell are nose to nose for 5th place. Sunboard Boy and Flanky Frankie are locked in a fierce fight for 10th. Rex and Sarah is closing in on Evolution N154, shrinking the gap by 1.5 seconds. Maya is driving a 1968 Porsche 909 Bergspider, currently in 8th place. The race looks tight with her just behind the top 7, but no overtakes yet. Mutwolf is driving a 1964 Alfa Romeo Giulia TZ2, a classic lightweight racing car. They're currently in the middle of the pack, in the 16th place, so the race is not exactly a walk in the park for them. Zenyahima is now in 5th place, climbing 1 spot. Sunboard Boy has moved up to 10th place, also gaining 1 position. Zenyahima just overtook someone to move into 4th place. Alexxxat and Zenyahima are still nose to nose for that 4th spot. Meanwhile, Amy and Sunboard Bowie are locked in a close fight for 9th. Tekaotiguerdo just overtook someone to climb into second place. Rookie Miriki and Tekaotiguerdo are nose-to-nose for second. Blanky Frankie and Amy are locked in a close fight for 10th. Blanky Frankie is on a roll, climbing up to 8th place. Rookie Miriki is having a rough patch, dropping back to 11th. Senya Yingma is inching forward into 3rd. Platnumera is closing in on Rookie Miriki rapidly, just 12.5 seconds behind now. Sunboard Boy is climbing up to 8th place, overtaking one car. Blanky Frankie and Sunbird Bowie are nose to tail, fighting for that 8th spot. Wow, Minaref Society really took the checkered flag. Looks like they're the ones to beat now. Congrats on the win. Wow! Minaref Society really took the crown today. Congratulations on both the victory and the fastest lap. ... You've definitely earned yourself that vintage Lola T290. I hope you like your new car, because you really earned it out there. Alright, here's a fun fact about the 1981 Nissan Bluebird Silhouette. This car was part of Nissan's attempt to blend sporty looks with everyday reliability. It looks pretty sleek for its time, but what's really interesting is that it was built during a period when Nissan was experimenting with more aerodynamic designs, even if it wasn't a full-on sports car. So, it's like the company's way of saying, hey, we can make cars that look fast and still be practical. Now, let's see how it races against the others. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to do it before the countdown runs out. Don't miss your chance to influence this epic AI race. Get those selections in before it's too late. Oh, this is a classic showdown of vintage charm versus, maybe a little more unexpected charisma. The Ford Capri Zaxby from 1980 is known for its sporty roots and quick handling. So Lyra Shay's got some serious muscle on her side. On the other hand, the 1981 Nissan Bluebird Silhouette might surprise us with its durability and quirky design. But it's probably not the first choice for racing fanatic. Given the era and the specs, I'd lean towards Lyra Shy and the Ford Capri having the edge. It's like bringing a vintage knife to a knife fight. Sharp, quick, and probably a little more suited to racing. But hey, That bluebird might just pull out a surprise or two if it gets the right grip. Who do you think has the hidden ace up their sleeve? Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at Detroit Belle Isle. Leading the pack at the very front is Lyra Shy in a classic 1984 Capri Zaxby, holding that pole position like a boss. Let's see if she can keep this momentum. Rupsfizzle has taken an early lead, holding the front spot. Lyra Shy is right behind in second place, not letting go. Amy is in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Amber, Pink Wolf and Frankenballs are neck and neck for 6th place. Mermudar is climbing up one spot to 11th. Quiz 44 and Mermudar are locked in a close fight for 11th. Epic Sugar is on a roll, climbing up to 9th place. Cloudy is making a move, now in 14th. Mermudar is losing ground, dropping to 17th. Maya is holding steady in 6th place. Epic Sugar is gaining on Deluxe Combo, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Deluxe Combo is climbing up to 7th place. Oscarot and Quiz 44 are nose to nose for 12th. Deluxe Combo is climbing up to 6th place. Oscarot and Quiz 44 are nose to nose for 12th. Epic Sugar and Frankenballs are nose to nose for 8th place. Oscarot has climbed one spot to 12th. Rinok T4 is narrowing the gap to Queen Manda by 1.2 seconds, so expect some action soon. Rinok T4 is driving a vintage Ford Mustang Boss from 1970. They're currently in the middle of the pack, just behind the top 10, and seem to be holding steady without any major moves so far. Mermudar is closing in on Rinok T4, fast, cutting the gap by over 12 seconds. Deluxe Combo and Wrath 92 are locked in a fierce fight for 5th place. The Grand Enchanter is climbing up the field, moving up one spot to 9th. Epic Sugar is in 8th place with a vintage Dodge Challenger from 1970. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. The Grand Enchanter is gaining on Epic Sugar, closing the gap to just over a second. Mermudar is making a move on Cloudy, cutting the distance by nearly 3 seconds. Wrath 92 just overtook someone to move into 4th place. Maya and Wrath 92 are nose to nose for that position. Mermudar is chipping away at Cloudy's lead, now only 2.1 seconds behind. Mermudar is gaining fast on Cloudy, closing the gap by 6 seconds. Deluxe Combo just moved up one spot to 5th. Looks like Maya and Deluxe Combo are about to turn this into a real showdown for 5th place. Wrath 92 is now in third place. Mimridar is closing the gap on Cloudy, getting closer by 3 seconds. Deluxe Combo climbs to 4th place. Zabrandigan advances to 9th. The Grant Enchanter and Zabrandigan are nose to nose for 9th. Zabrandigan is climbing up to 8th place. Number Pink Wolf and Zabrandigan are nose to nose for 8th. Quiz 44 is advancing to 11th place. Oskzerot just blitzed through the field to take the lead. Amy and Oskzerot are nose to tail for first place now. Queen Manda is chopping down the gap to Quiz 44, closing in steadily. Amy and Oskzerot are nose to tail for the lead. Rob Sizzle and Amy are also locked in a fierce duel for second. Epic Sugar is climbing up to 7th and is now just behind La Roche in a close fight for 6th. Maya is holding steady in 5th place. Wrath 92 is closing in on the top 3. Deluxe Combo is right behind, eyeing that 4th spot. Amy is still leading, but the race is heating up. Zabrandigan just overtook someone to climb into 7th place. La Roche and Zabrandigan are nose to tail for 7th. Queen Manda is inching up to 12th. Queen Manda and Vagrant Enchanter are fighting hard for 11th. Wrath 92 is now in 2nd place. Queen Manda has climbed to 11th. Renok T4 is gaining on Quiz 44, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Deluxe Combo is now in 2nd place. Rob Sizzle has climbed to 4th. Epic Sugar is in 5th. The race is heating up. Now Pink Wolf and Queen Manda are nose to nose for 9th place. Quiz 44 is climbing up 1 spot to 11th. Vagrant Enchanter and Quiz 44 are locked in a close fight for 11th. Vagrant Enchanter is now in 11th place. Renok T4 is narrowing the gap to Quiz 44 by 1.6 seconds. Nirmoidar is gaining on Oskzerot, closing the distance by 3.2 seconds. Wow, Amy really took the checkered flag. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Wow, Amy really pulled it off. Congrats on that win. You've earned yourself the 1977 Toyota Celica Turbo. What a classic. And with the fastest lap, you've definitely earned bragging rights today. Great job to everyone else too. This race was a close one. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking down. Choose your favorite car before it's too late. Don't let your chance to pick the speediest, sleekest machine slip away. Get those selections in and let's see which car will dominate the race. Hey, Forsengo. Glad to see you back in the channel. Hope you're ready for some high-speed AI car action. Sit tight, it's about to get exciting. Oh, this is quite the vintage showdown. The Shelby Daytona from 1965 is a classic, packing a lot of racing history in its sleek curves. But the Holden Torana a 9X from 1977 is no slouch either, especially with its reputation for agility and power in its era. If I had to make a call based on car choice alone, I'd probably lean towards the Shelby because of its iconic design and racing pedigree. However, the Torana's lightweight build and maneuverability could surprise us all, and maybe even outpace that classic muscle. It's a close call, but I'd say watch out for the Holden. It might just sneak ahead in this race. Let's see how these vintage beasts perform on Annadara Circuit International. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Annadara Circuit International, and leading the pack is Amundsen in a classic 1966 Shelby Cobra 427. Guess he's bringing the vintage flair to this high-speed showdown. Amundsen has taken an early lead, holding the top spot. Forsengo is right behind in second place, not letting go just yet. And surprisingly, Amundsen is still in third, maybe a little too comfortable up front. Axton Hitz is climbing up to fifth place. Bezenizard is also moving up, now in seventh. Bacon and Basenizard are nose to tail fighting for seventh. Amundsen and Forsengo are nose to tail for second place. Senyahima is climbing up to 10th. Mildox FCF is making a move to 14th. Amin-san is really having a tough time dropping back 9 spots to 12th place. Maya is climbing up 1 spot to claim 3rd. Axton Hits is also moving up 1 spot to take 4th. Amin-san just blitzed through 11 cars to grab the lead. Brando Booster is closing in on Maldox FCF, chipping away at the gap by over 9 seconds. Looks like Amin-san and Amin-san are about to have a serious showdown for the top spot. Amin-san just took the lead, climbing 1 spot to sit in 1st place. Borsengo is right behind, also moving up 1 spot to 2nd. Axton Hits is not far behind, making a move to 3rd. The top 3 are really shuffling around today. Amin-san is slicing through the track, closing in on Tabone by nearly 7 seconds. Tinyahima is climbing up to 8th place, leaving someone behind. Shoebox TV is creeping closer to Jbuugi, chipping away at the gap. Amin-san is closing in on T-Bone fast, cutting the gap by 5.6 seconds. Liracel is making a move on Shoebox TV, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Maya is holding steady in the top 10. Amy just moved up 1 spot to 6. She's now eyeing that 5th place battle with Pacey Avril of Diamond, and VD39 are still locked in a close fight for 18th. Bacon and Amy are nose to tail for 6th place. Liracel and Shoebox TV are locked in a fierce duel for 16th. Gerlo of Diamond is climbing up to 18th, leaving some behind. Amin-san is slicing through the field, closing in on T-Bone by 6.5 seconds. Abekta Bloke just jumped 1 spot to 13th. Liracel also gained 1 position, now sitting in 16th. Jbuugi just snuck into 14th place. Brando Booster and Jbuugi are nose to tail for that spot. Liracel is on the prowl, closing the gap on Brando Buster by 1.5 seconds. Liracel is driving a 1975 Fiat X19 Delera du Toto. They're currently in 17th place, just a few seconds behind the leaders, but their lap time suggests they're not quite on the pace yet. Amin-san is really closing that gap on T-Bone, just 6.7 seconds to go. Abekta Bloke is catching up to Maldox FCF, only 1.1 seconds behind now. Amy just overtook someone to move into 5th place. Pace C, Ari, R, and A are nose to tail for 5th. Amin-san is chipping away at T-Bone, closing the gap by 2.6 seconds. Tinyahima and Bacon are nose to tail for 7th place. T-Bone just snuck into the top 20, climbing 1 spot. Borsengo is driving a 1970 AMC Javelin, currently in 2nd place. They've set a fastest lap of 1:45.685 but are trailing Amin-san by a good margin. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite close enough to challenge for the lead yet. Liricel is driving a Fiat X19 Dallara from 1975. They're currently in the 16th place and seem to be struggling with lap times, as they're quite a bit slower than the leaders. Amundsen is slicing through the track, closing in on VD39, faster than a hot knife through butter. Amy just sneaked into 4th place, climbing one spot like a pro. Bacon and Pace CAR are locked in a fierce duel for 6th. Looks like a game of who blinks first. Wow, Amundsen just took the victory again. Guess they really enjoy winning, huh? Well, congratulations on another race well done. Wow, Amundsen took the win. Great job. And what a race it was. Since Amundsen also grabbed the fastest lap, they can now claim the classic 1977 Jaguar XJ12 She Broadspeed. That's quite the ride. And Amy, you did the most overtakes, so you're now in the running to claim the 1974 Ford Capri Rs 3100. Nice work stirring up the chaos. Who's next to claim a car? Stay tuned, everyone. For this track, I would focus mostly on agility and quick handling, because Los Arcos Rallycross demands swift cornering and the ability to navigate tight turns efficiently. Power is important, but being able to react fast and change directions smoothly will probably make a bigger difference here. Acceleration out of corners would also be crucial to keep up with the pack. So, a car with a balanced mix of agility and torque would be my top choice for this race. Hey everyone! If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The clock's ticking, and we don't want any spectators stuck with the slowpoke in the back. Hurry up and make your choice before the race begins. Wow, what a matchup! On one hand, we have Lord Sacrisby piloting a 2005 Panos Esperant GTL. An impressive machine with some serious racing pedigree. On the other hand, Base Nizar 2 is behind a 2003 Renault Clio V6, which might not have the same raw power, but could surprise us with agility. Considering Los Arcos Rallycross is a tight and challenging circuit, I'd say the battle of power versus nimbleness is going to be interesting. My gut says the Panos, with its more advanced chassis and engine, will edge out the Clio for the win. But hey, in Rallycross, anything can happen, especially with these AI drivers. Who are you rooting for? Alright folks, the race is underway at Los Arcos Rallycross, and look at that. Maya's starting on pole in a classic 2011 Peugeot 107. Who knew tiny cars could pack a punch? Let's see how this underdog does. Waffling Godders has taken an early lead. Amundsen is right behind in second, and I am holding on to third place. The top three are already showing some early dominance. Mission Man is climbing up to third place. Iconic Odd is also advancing to fourth. Borsengo and I are locked in a close fight for fifth. Willow Shrub is slicing through the field to take seventh place. Borsengo is climbing to fifth. Billy is gaining 2 spots to sit in sixth. The race is heating up. Billy is climbing to 5th place. Tyler Drums 31 is now in 8th. Lord Sacrisby has jumped 2 spots to 10th. Willow Shrub is climbing to 6th place. Tyler Drums 31 is closing in on Borsengo, cutting the gap by 1.4 seconds. Basidni's Artbu is moving up to 10th place. Amundsen just sneaked into the lead, taking the top spot. Billy is closing in on Iconic Odd, chipping away at the gap by 2.2 seconds. Tyler Drums 31 has moved up 1 place to 7th. Tyler Drums 31 and Willow Shrub are nose to tail for 6th place. Lord Sacrisby is slicing into Borsengo's rear bumper, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Billy is climbing to 4th place. Willow Shrub is also moving up to 5th. Lord Sacrisby is closing in on Borsengo, cutting the gap by over 2 seconds. Lord Sacrisby advances to 8th place. Basidniart Wu's closing in on Borsengo, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Amy climbs to 12th place. Billy is gaining on Mission Man, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Tyler Drums 31 just moved up 1 spot to 6th place. Lord Sacrisby is closing in on Iconic Odd, narrowing the distance by 1.2 seconds. Tyler Drums 31 is making a bold move up to 3rd place, overtaking 3 cars in one go. Mission Man and Tyler Drums 31 are now nose to tail for 3rd position. Lord Secretsby is chipping away at iconic odds lead, closing the gap by over a second and a half. Billy is climbing to 4th place. Lord Secretsby is narrowing the gap to iconic odd by 2 seconds. Forsengo is catching up to Base Nizartfu by a second and a half. Tyler Drums 31 is gaining on Wafflingotters, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Willow Shrub is climbing up to 5th place, overtaking 1 spot. Gabby the Minimac is driving a 1990 Lotus Carlton, a retro street car. She's currently in 12th place, holding her own but not quite challenging the leaders. Wow, and the Insun just took the victory. Looks like they're on a roll. Congratulations on the win. Maybe next time they'll let the others catch up. Wow! Big congratulations to Amundsen. Winning the race, grabbing the fastest lap, and now claiming that classic 2004 Ford Doran JE4, huh? That's quite the haul. Guess all those virtual laps paid off. Who's next to claim their shiny new ride? Sure thing. Did you know that many of the retro supercars used in racing classes were originally designed for the street, but turned into legends on the track? It's like giving a fancy dinner plate a turbo boost and sending it to a race. These cars have so much history and style, they make modern racing prototypes look a little dull in comparison. It's like watching a vintage movie versus a high-def streaming service. Both entertaining, but retro has that timeless charm. Hey everyone! If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The clock's ticking and we don't want anyone missing out on the fun. Get those selections in before it's too late. Ooh, this is quite the classic showdown. The 1996 Porsche 911 G2 is known for its precision and balanced handling, making it a solid choice for a race like this. On the other hand, the 1984 Ferrari 288 GTO is legendary for its raw power and iconic design, but it might not be as nimble as the Porsche on this track. Given the track is Chang, which can favor agility and technical driving, I'd say Celestial Nari with the Porsche has the edge here. But hey, with AI drivers, anything can happen. And that 288 GTO is no slouch in raw speed. So I'd probably put my chips on the Porsche, but don't count out the Ferrari just yet. Alright everyone, the race has just begun at Chang Track, and Kilo Juliet Delta is starting on pole with the classic 1992 Jaguar X J220. This is going to be interesting to watch. Kilo Juliet Delta has shot off the line to take the lead. Celestial Inari is right behind in second place, and School Bus Race DV is holding strong in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Ayer Rafael is flying up the grid, now in 19th place after overtaking 3 cars. Alex Hasnobrain is also on the move, climbing to 21 after 3 quick passes. Ned Zeropsta is making a charge, now in 25 after overtaking 3 cars as well. Amundsen is on a roll, climbing 5 places to 7. Rob Sleazel is making moves, overtaking 3 cars to reach 20th. Teskis is gaining ground, moving up 2 spots to 2nd. Teskis and Kilo Juliet Delta are nose to nose for the top spot. Looks like a battle for the ages. Timborghini Tuba is making a move, now in 20th place after overtaking 4 cars. Deluxe Combo also climbing fast, now 22 after 4 overtakes. Kufo is catching up, now 24 after 3 cars gone by. Singoshi and Schoolbus Restavi are nose to nose for 4th place. Nishtek has climbed 1 spot to 13th. Ayer Rafael is also up 1 position, now 15th. Amundsen is dropping back to 12th place. Singoshi is climbing up to 4th. Forsengo is moving into 5th. Amundsen is on fire, just overtook 8 cars to grab the 4th spot. School Bus Rostevi moved up 1 position to 5th. They're now nose to tail for 4th place. Looks like a fun little duel. Singoshi just gained 1 spot to take 5th place. Forsengo and School Bus Rostevi are nose to nose for 6th. Nahokaos and Forsengo are also locked in a close fight for 7th. Nahokaos just sneaked into 7th place. Ayer Rafael is climbing up to 12th. Ayer Rafael and Kaiosify are nose to nose for 11th. Timborghini Tuba is making a move, climbing 3 spots to take the 13th position. Zertgemingay is closing the gap on Forsengo, shaving off a little over a second. Ayer Rafael is advancing 1 position to sit in 11th. Timborghini Tuba just moved up 1 spot to 12th place. Mystic and Kaiosify are nose to nose for 13th place. Nizirob Starks is gaining on Kufo, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Amundsen is climbing to 3rd place. Schoolbus Roseftier is now in 5th. Maho Chaos is up to 6th. The race is heating up. Singoshi is making a bold move and now sits in 5th place. Timburgini Tuba has climbed to 9th. Ai Rafael is now in 11th. Ai Rafael and Sir Gamingate are nose to nose for 10th. Aminsan just sneaked into 2nd place. Kilo Juliet Delta and Aminsan are nose to nose for that spot. Ai Rafael is climbing up to 10th. Looks like he's got some momentum. Timburgini Tuba advances 1 spot to 8th place. Kyosify climbs 2 spots to 11th. Sir Gemingate and Kyosify are locked in a close fight for 11th. Timburgini Tuba is climbing fast into 6th place. IRFA is narrowing the gap to Forsungo by 1.3 seconds. Yaxintabox is making a move up to 13th place. Wow, Feski's just won the race. Looks like they really know how to leave the others in the dust. Congratulations on the victory! Wow, Feski's really pulled off an impressive victory. Congrats to them. Looks like all that practice paid off. I guess the AI has a new favorite driver now. If I had to pick one of these cars for a race on the Alton Park International No Chicane circuit, I would go with the 1971 Nissan Skyline 2000 GTR. Its combination of agility, power, and a good balance would give it a solid chance to navigate those curves efficiently. Plus, it's known for its rally heritage and handling, which could be the secret weapon in a twisty circuit like this. The rest might have their moments, but the Skyline's mix of vintage charm and performance makes it a top contender in this wild lineup. Alright everyone, last chance to pick your favorite car before the countdown hits 0. Make your pick now or forever. Wonder what could have been. Don't miss out on the thrill. Alright, we've got Forsengo behind the wheel of that classic 1971 Ford Escort Mark I RS1600, which is pretty iconic for its nimbleness and handling. On the other hand, Just Hanet is racing in a 1974 Ford Gran Torino. A bigger, heavier beast known for its power and straight-line speed. Considering the track is Elton Park International, no chicane, the tight corners and chicanes really test agility. I'd say Forsengo's Escort might have the edge in maneuverability and quickness through the turns. The Gran Torino might struggle a bit with its weight during the more technical sections. So my bet is on Forsengo taking the victory here, unless Just Hanetif can really harness that raw power and make up ground on the straights. Let's see if I'm right, or if the big muscle of the Gran Torino surprises us. Alright everyone, the race is underway here at Alton Park International, no chicane. And what a blast from the past we've got. Forsengo is starting on pole in a classic 1971 Ford Escort Mark RS in 1600 racing. So get ready for some vintage racing action. Forsengo is leading the race, followed closely by my Namastyler 21 in second place. Just Chanetve is currently in third. Yitan and Mogobzidia. Looks like a tight battle already. Sir Pro 3 is charging through the field, now in seventh place after overtaking 3 cars. Meine Meister 21 has climbed to the top spot, but Forsengo is right on their tail, battling fiercely for the lead. Gubote is climbing up to 5th place. Sir Pro 3 is also making moves up to 6th. Alexis Nobrain and Nox Exodus are nose-to-nose for 13th. Trash Crashton is on a roll, climbing up to 19th place. Aisley is losing ground, dropping to 24th. Just Chanet is gaining ground, moving into 2nd. Bubote just overtook someone to claim 3rd place. Amy is also climbing up, now in 4th. Buchizero is gaining ground on me, shrinking the gap by 1.5 seconds. Sir Pro 3 advances to 5th place. Buchizero is now less than 1 second behind. Maya de Toit. The Betty White show is catching up to Mamuida fast, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Buchizero is really having a rough time, dropping to 23rd. T-Boom just gained 1 spot to 8th, and is now in a tight battle with Bermuda, who also moved up 1 to 9. Looks like those two are about to have a serious showdown for 8th place. Bubote just sneaked into 2nd place. Amy and Jasanet Dave are still nose-to-nose for 3rd. T-Boom is creeping closer to me, shrinking the gap by over 1.5 seconds. Sir Pro 3 just overtook someone to move into 4th place. Sir Pro 3 and Just Hanet are nose-to-nose for 3rd. T-Boom and I are locked in a close fight for 7th. Sir Pro 3 just overtook someone to take 3rd place. T-Boom is also gaining ground, now in 7th. Maya and T-Boom are nose-to-tail for 7th place. Amy is now in 4th place. Maya has climbed to 6th, Memuida is closing the gap on the person in 5th, shrinking it by 2 seconds. The Betty White Show just moved up 1 spot to 8th place. T-Bone and the Betty White Show is still battling hard for 8th. Iron Cross or Wooden Cross is closing in on Hickory Hamzam, shrinking the gap by a 2nd and a 3rd. Aisley is closing in on Mutwell Fast, cutting the gap by 16.9 seconds. Supra 3 has climbed up to 2nd place. Jushanev is now in 4th, moving up 1 spot. Maya is holding steady in 6th place. Amy just overtook someone to move into 4th. Iron Cross or Wooden Cross and Mernumiyar are nose to nose for 10th. T-Bone and Forsengo are nose to tail for 7th place. Aminsan just gained a spot and is now 12th. Hikori Hamzam and Aminsan are locked in a close fight for 12th. Zepro 3 and Mina Styler 21 are nose to tail at the front. The Betty White Show just made a move up 2 spots to 7th. Aminsan and Mirmuida are locked in a close fight for 11th. Zepro 3 and Mina Styler 21 are still nose to nose at the front. Aminsan just gained 1 spot to sit in 11th. Stabigale Killams also moved up 1 to 14th. The Betty White Show is now in 6th place. Maya and the Betty White Show are nose to nose for that position. Iron Cross or Wooden Cross is chopping down the distance to Forsengo by a 2.5 seconds. Iron Cross or Wooden Cross is climbing into the top 10 now. Stabigale Killams and Captain Canadian are inching closer to the middle of the pack. T-Bone and Maya are nose to tail for 7th place. Iron Cross or Wooden Cross is slicing through the field, closing the gap by a full 2nd. Stabigale Killams is climbing up to 11th, making moves through the pack. Iron Cross or Wooden Cross is closing in on T-Bone, cutting the gap by 1.7 seconds. Stabigale Killams has moved up 1 spot to take 10th place. Hemit Media is also climbing 1 spot to 15th. T-Bone just sneaked into 7th place. Iron Cross or Wooden Cross is closing the gap on Maya by over a 2nd. They are now nose to tail for 8th. Iron Cross or Wooden Cross is now 8th place. Captain Canadian is gaining on Forsengo, closing the gap by a little over a 2nd. Trash Crashton and Alex Hasnobrain are nose to nose for the 18th spot. The Betty White Show is gaining on Jushanet V, closing the gap to just over a 1.5 seconds. Stabigale Killams is right behind Maya, cutting the distance to 1 second. Trash Crashton is climbing up to 18th place, making moves through the field. Congratulations, Supra 3. Winning at Alton Park International without the chicane must have been a masterstroke. Clearly, you're in a league of your own. Well done! Wow, Sir Pro 3 really outdid themselves. Huge congratulations on taking the victory. Looks like all that virtual racing skill paid off. Great job. Did you know that Talladega Superspeedway is famous for its incredible high speeds and tight pack racing? It's one of the fastest tracks in NASCAR, where cars can sometimes reach over 200 miles per hour before even hitting the corners. It's basically a roller coaster on wheels, but with cars that can kill you if you're not careful. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your favorite car yet, you better do it now or you might miss out on the ultimate AI showdown. The clock's ticking and the race is about to begin. Get those votes in before it's too late. Wow! Talk about a clash of the classics. The Toyota Corolla 11 from the mid-80s is known for its reliability and modest speed. But in a race as wild as Talladega, it's probably more about endurance than outright speed. On the other hand, the Lotus S6 Turbo Esprit is a sleek, turbocharged beast from the 80s, so it might have the edge when it comes to raw power and agility. If I had to guess, I'd say the Lotus might take an early lead just because of its turbocharged punch. But don't count out the Corolla. It's the underdog that could surprise us all with its steady handling and maybe even a bit of luck. In the end, my money's on the Lotus S6 Turbo Esprit. Unless the Corolla somehow manages to stay in the slipstream long enough to sneak past at the end. Stay tuned, everyone. This is gonna be interesting. Alright everyone, the race is heating up at Talladega, and in pole position we've got Waldo in a classic 1983 Porsche 911 SC. So buckle up for some vintage speed, because those 80s cars are not exactly speed demons, but they sure look fabulous. Waldo has taken the lead right out of the gate. Icar 77 is holding strong in second place. Merja Bleich is currently in third, trying to keep up. Frogsworth is making a splash, climbing to 11th place after overtaking 3 cars. Max Starks is on a roll, passing 5 cars to reach 17. Prodigy Place 58 is gaining ground, overtaking 4 cars to settle in 24th. Ikara 77 is really having a rough time dropping to 9th place. Nadjako Bleich is climbing up to 1st. Waldo is also making moves up to 2nd. The race is heating up at the front. Ikara 77 just swept through 8 cars to take the lead. Shoot 'em Up is climbing fast, now in 10th after overtaking 3. Nadjako Bleich and Ikara 77 are nose to tail, fighting for the top spot. Rondon 69 is making a charge, climbing 3 spots to 26. Waldo is inching closer to the front, now in 2nd place. Nadjako Bleich and Waldo are nose to tail, battling for that 2nd spot. Aha! Looks like Amundsen wants to add some cars to their garage. Maybe they're eyeing that vintage Lotus or the Turbo Esprit. Such classics. Keep your eye on the prize, everyone, because those top spots and garage claims are up for grabs. Ikara 77 is closing in on Amy fast, the gap shrinking by over 10 seconds. Aksharon 192 is on a roll, passing 4 cars to climb to 26th place. Baykarn is gaining ground, moving up 2 spots to 2nd place. Shoot 'em Up just climbed 2 spots to 7th place. Looks like Shoot 'em Up and Amur Pinkwolf are neck and neck for 6th. Bleach Mepsi and Shoot 'em Up are also fighting hard for 7th. Shoot 'em Up and Amur Pinkwolf are nose to tail for 6th place. Bleach Mepsi and Shoot 'em Up are fighting hard for 7th. Global SA and Bleach Mepsi are locked in a battle for 8th. Max Spirelli is climbing to 3rd place. Shoot 'em Up is now 6th. Globosksil is making a move to 7th. Maya and NR Pinkwolf are nose to tail for 8th place. Bleach Meps and Maya are also close for 9th. Autumn Thunderbird is climbing up to 15th. Maya is now in 8th place climbing up the field. Strutting Jal and Smurf 20 are nose-to-nose fighting for 19. Rondon 69 is inching up to 26. Lemon Cult Games and Autumn Thunderbird are locked in a fierce fight for 14th place. Strutting Jarl just gained 1 spot, now in 19. Bobardo is closing in on TPPPA, chipping away at the gap with a 1.2 second reduction. Shoot 'em Up is closing in on Nadjako Bleich, cutting the gap by 1.3 seconds. Maya has climbed 1 spot to 7th place. Looks like Global's Excel and Maya are about to turn this into a real showdown for 7th. Baycorn is gaining on Ikara 77, closing the gap by 1/4 seconds. Globals, Ixel and Maya are neck and neck for 7th place. Bleach Mepsi is closing in on Global's L, cutting the gap by 2/30 seconds. Looks like a tight fight for 8th place between Bleach Mepsi and Global's Epsil Dota. Shoot 'em Up is climbing to 5th place. Nadjako Bleich and Shoot 'em Up are nose to nose for 5th. Brogsworth is sneaking into 10th. Maya is gaining on Majakoblike, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Leech Mapsy and Frogsworth are nose-to-nose for 9th place. Lemon Cult Games and Autumn Thunderbird are locked in a close fight for 14th. Bacon and Icar 77 are neck and neck for first place. Frogsworth is closing in on Global's Essel, cutting the gap by 2 seconds. Leech Mapsy and Frogsworth are in a tight fight for 9th place. Vanona 1857 is closing the gap on Autumn Thunderbird by nearly 7 seconds. Max Beerley is chipping away at Bacorn's lead, almost 3 seconds closer. Shuta M Up just overtook someone to climb into 4th place. Shuta M Up is gaining on Max Spirally, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Maya and Marja Kobleg are nose to tail for 6th place. Netzerup Starks is chipping away at Narpinkwolf's lead, closing in by 1.5 seconds. Bacorn and Nicar 77 are nose to nose for the lead. Maya just snuck into 6th place, climbing up 1 spot. Autumn Thunderbird and Le Mans Cult Games are locked in a fierce fight for 14th. Wow! Bacorn just took the checkered flag. Looks like they were in a league of their own. Congrats on the win, champ! Wow, Bacorn really showed everyone how it's done. Congratulations on the win. You definitely earned that top spot. That was some impressive driving. Here's a fun fact about the Spa-Francorchamps track. It's one of the oldest circuits still in use, and was originally built in 1921. It's famous for its long, thrilling, fast corners like Eau Rouge and Ray de Yon. Racing through Eau Rouge at high speed is like a roller coaster ride, giving drivers and spectators alike a real adrenaline rush. Plus, the weather there can change faster than you can say pit stop, making it a true test of skill for any driver. Alright everyone, last call to pick your favorite car before the countdown ends. Make your choice now or forever. One could have been. The race waits for no one. So, this is a classic battle of vintage charm versus raw simplicity. The Lotus Cortina is known for its agility and lightweight design, which should give it a good edge on a track like Spa with all those twists and turns. The MGA is lovely but a bit more laid back, and not as sharp in the handling department. I'd put my money on Bucciero and the Lotus Cortina for this one. It just seems like a race where finesse and quick reflexes will shine through. And that Cortina has both in spades. Alright folks, the race has just kicked off at Spa and leading the pack is Vinha 17 in a 1966 Lotus Cortina. Looks like the vintage cars might just surprise us today. Stay tuned! Rajabathri, 102 has shot into the lead right at the start. Vinha 17 is holding strong in second place, and GMN Prime is hanging on in third. Looks like a tight battle already forming behind them. Naricus is climbing fast, now in 25th place after overtaking 3 cars. Vinha 17 and Rajabar 302 are nose to nose for the lead. GM Prime and Vinha 17 are also locked in a fierce duel for second. Gion Wolf is on the move, climbing 3 spots to take the 19th place. Vinha 17 and Rajabar 302 are locked in a fierce duel for the lead. Calican Bunny is gaining ground, moving up 2 spots to 6th. Calican Bunny and Frankwardy are nose to nose battling for 5th. Vinha 17 is leading the race now. Kyroscope just overtook a car to move into 3rd place. Amy is closing in on the top 10. Kyroscope is now in 2nd place, climbing 1 spot. Kyroscope and Vinha 17 are nose to tail fighting for the lead. Aisley has gained 2 spots and is now in 6th position. Kyroscope just took the lead, claiming 1st place. Aisley is climbing to 5th. Double is now in 7th. Looks like the race is heating up. Aisley just overtook someone to move into 4th place. GM Prime and Edsley are still nose to nose for that spot. Double and Calican Bunny are locked in a close fight for 6th. Double just overtook someone to take 6th place. Amy is climbing 2 spots to reach the 16th position. Bucciero and Amy are nose to tail fighting for 16th. Aisley just sneaked into 3rd place. Double is not far behind, climbing 2 spots to 4th. Roger Bear 302 and Double are nose to tail for that 4th spot. Looks like a battle for the ages. Samun is climbing to 8th place. Dijon Wolf is chipping away at Rexenzerer's lead. closing in by almost 2 seconds. Amy is now in 16th place, making her way up. Calican Bunny advances to 5th place. Lemon Cult Games climbs 2 spots to 6. Roger Bear 3, 102, and Lemon Cult Games are nose to tail for 6. Vina 17 is closing in on Kyroscope, cutting the gap by 7.2 seconds. Salmon Zamun has climbed 1 spot to 7th place. Joan Wolf has moved up 2 spots to 10th place. Aisley just overtook someone to take 2nd place. Salmon Samun is climbing up to 6th. Lemon Cult Games and Salmon Samun are nose to nose for 6th. Double is really closing the gap on Vin has 17, less than a second now. They're battling hard for 3rd place. Salmon Zamun just moved up 1 spot to 5th, making things interesting behind them. Double is climbing up to 3rd place. Salmon Zamun is closing in on Vin has 17, cutting the gap by over a second. GNN Prime is making a move to 10th place. Joan Wolf is having a tough time and is now 11 places behind in 23rd. Frank Reddy is climbing steadily to 12th. Mr. Wolf J is also making progress, moving up to 13th. Lemon Curl Games is closing in on Dr. Keeps Appleway, cutting the gap by just over a second. Amy is climbing up to 10th place. Amin San and S. Daven Games are nose to nose for 19. Double is gaining on Esley, closing the gap by nearly 4 seconds. Someone just moved up 1 spot to 4th place. Lemon Cult Games is chipping away at Dr. Keeps Appleway, narrowing the distance by 1.5 seconds. S. Davin Games is dropping like a stone to 25th place. Lemon Cult Games is climbing steadily to 7. Amy is making a move to 9. Aisley is gaining on Kyroscope fast, just a couple of seconds behind now. Amy is closing in on Dr. Keeps Appleway, not letting that gap get comfortable. Meanwhile, Mr. Wolf J and Rex Nizzera are neck and neck for the 13th spot. Looks like a photo finish coming up. SS Davin Games is charging ahead, leaving a trail of cars behind to take the lead. Kyroscope and S. Davin Games are nose to tail, fighting for the top spot. Zanmon Zamun is climbing up 1 place to sit in 3rd. Salmon Zamun and Kyroscope are locked in a close duel for 2nd. Wow, Kyroscope, you really outdid yourself. Congratulations on winning the race. Guess all those practice laps finally paid off. Wow! Gyroscope really pulled off an incredible win. Congratulations! That was an amazing display of skill and speed. Looks like they're the one to beat today. Great job! Sure thing. A fun fact about the Berlin E-Prix track is that it's built on a former airfield, giving it a surprisingly flat and open layout that's perfect for high-speed racing. It's basically like turning a piece of history into a modern raceway. So the cars are flying over concrete that once saw fighter planes. Hey everyone, better hurry up and make your choice before the timer runs out. You don't want to miss out on the thrill of watching these AI cars race to the finish line. Time's almost up, so pick your favorite and let's see who dominates the track. Well, stepping into this race with a couple of classics against some more modern racers, I'd say it's quite the throwback battle. The Alfa Romeo Giulia QVA is pretty nimble for a sedan, especially with that sporty tuning, so it might have the edge on twisty parts of Berlin E-Prix. But then again, the Ferrari F430 Scuderia, even if a bit older, is renowned for its raw speed and sharp handling. Honestly, I'd probably lean towards the Ferrari for its legendary performance. But don't count out the Alfa fueled by some serious Italian flair. It's going to come down to how well each driver manages their lines, and if the Ferrari's weight advantage lets it accelerate out of corners faster. If I had to make a call, I'd say the Ferrari might just edge out the Alfa, but who knows in this crazy AI race world. Let's see which one surprises us first. Alright folks, Skozer Obs is on pole with that classic 2010 Rougher GT. It's like bringing a vintage knife to a modern gunfight. But hey, let's see if old school can surprise us today. Skozer Obs has taken the lead right out of the gate. The Lightning Thief is holding strong in second place. Gishinkt is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Gishinkt just overtook someone to claim second place. SS Davin Games is also climbing up, now in third. The Lightning Thief and Estate Davin Games are nose to nose for third. Beef Sliders is now in 9th place, climbing one spot. Asheneriton has moved up to 11th place. also gaining 1 spot. Daikieke Pizzi Roads is now in 14th place, advancing 1 position. Gishing takes the lead and is now in 1st place. Blackbeard advances 1 spot and is now in 4th. The Lightning Thief and Blackbeard are nose to nose, fighting for 4th place. Blackbeard is climbing up to 3rd place. S7 Games and Blackbeard are nose to nose for 3rd. Aminsan is advancing to 11th. S7 Games is climbing to 3rd place. Sputnik NZ is also advancing, now in 8th. The Grantenschanter and Sputnik NZ are nose to tail for 8th. Blackbeard and SS7 Games are neck and neck for 3rd place. Vagrantenchanter climbs 1 spot to 8th. Sputnik NZ and Vagrantenchanter are fighting hard for 8th. Sputnik NZ is now in 8th place, climbing 1 spot. 8. Aminsan has also moved up 1 spot into 9th. They are neck and neck for 8th position, trading places like it's a game. SS7 Games and Skozerubs are nose to tail for 2nd place. Aminsan just gained a spot and is now in 8th. Sputnik NZ and Aminsan are also battling hard for 8th. Sputnik NZ is climbing nicely into 7th place. Aminsan and Maya are nose to tail for 8th. Ashinaritan is inching closer to the top 12. SS7 Games is now in 2nd place. Root 3 Boy Gaming Studios has moved up to 5th. Aminsan has climbed 2 spots to 7th. Ashinaritan and Amy are neck and neck for 11th place. DKK Tsirogarts just gained 1 spot, now in 13th. Wanga Tangseven 272 and Waxi B are trading paint for 15th. Blackbeard and Skozer Obzaz are nose to nose for 3rd place. Root 3 Boy Gaming Studios is creeping closer, chipping away at Blackbeard's lead. Ashianritan just made a move, climbing into 11th. Blackbeard is now in 3rd place. Root 3 Boy Gaming Studios has moved into 4th. Aminsan is climbing into 6th. Looks like everyone's making some moves today. Aminsan just sneaked into the top 5, leaving some behind. Waxi B climbing 2 spots, now in the middle of the pack. Hey there, Rafael. Welcome back to the stream. Glad you could join us again. We're about to see some crazy AI cars race each other, so buckle up and enjoy the show. Aminsan just sneaks into the top 4. Amy climbs to 11, while CB edges into 13. Looks like everyone's playing musical chairs today. Amy is gaining on Ashianritan, closing the gap by a second. DKKB Tserogertz is climbing up to 14th place. S7 Games is driving a 2017 Aston Martin DB11. They started in third place and are currently in second, holding a steady pace with a fastest lap of 1:31.058. Looks like they're holding their ground well. Wow! Efficient took the win. Looks like they're swimming ahead of the pack. Congratulations on the victory. Wow, Efficient really pulled it off. Congratulations on the win. You totally dominated that race. And hey Amundsen, you did an amazing job with the overtakes, so you get to claim that sleek 2019 Lamborghini SC18 Austin. Nice work. Looks like some serious bragging rights are up for grabs today. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd probably go with the 1960B RMP 48 Dottie. It's from a time when F1 cars started to become really innovative and competitive. I imagine it handled the twists and turns of Nonstop better than some of the older, more primitive machines. Plus, it's got a little bit of that classic racing attitude that would probably bite the pavement if it needed to. The older cars are charming, sure, but I think the 48's modern design for its era might give it a slight edge on a circuit like Nonstop. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. Make your final picks before time runs out or you'll be stuck with the car the AI chooses for you. Don't say I didn't warn you. Wow, what a matchup! On one side, we have Indigopit with a classic Porsche 718 RSK from 1958 detailing. That car is a legend, known for its agility and racing pedigree. On the other side, Kerfo is behind a 1954 Connaught Type B Dart, which is a bit more of a vintage underdog, but still a fascinating choice. Given the track is Nonstop, which favors nimble and responsive cars, I'd say Indigopit's Porsche might have the edge thanks to its lighter weight and racing DNA. But never underestimate the charm and potential of that Connaught. It could surprise us with some vintage finesse. My money's on Indigopit to take the win. But it's definitely not going to be a boring race. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Nonstop with the F1 1950 class. Rowdy Zerolf is on pole in a 1958B RMP 25, so expect some vintage speed and classic chaos. Buckle up. Rowdy Zerolf is leading the race, holding the front spot. Walk CB is in second place trying to catch up. Annex Sagarex is in third, not far behind but definitely chasing the leaders. Anaxagorax just climbed to second place. Waug CB and Anaxagorax are nose-to-nose for that spot. TPKPA is making a move up to 5th. TPKPA and GamerBoss, 72, are locked in a close fight for 4th. Waug CB is now in second place. Maya has climbed to 9th. Relaxed View and AR Raphael are nose-to-nose for 11. A. Raphael and Hot Bolognese are locked in a fierce scrap for 10th place. Indigo Peta is climbing up to 15th, leaving some behind. Relaxed View just overtook someone to move into 11th place. Aya Raphael and Relaxed View are nose-to-nose for that spot. Kufo and Indigo Peta are also battling hard for 15th. Amy just overtook someone to take 5th place. TPKA and Amy are nose to tail for 5th. Aya Raphael is climbing to 11th. TPKPA is now in 5th place, climbing 1 spot. Lithocarp has also gained 1 position, and is now in 12th. Relaxed View and Lithocarp are nose-to-nose for 12th place, so expect some fireworks there. Maya just gained 1 more spot, now in 8th place. Taylor's Australia and Indigo Pete are nose-to-nose for 16th. Maya and Amundsen are nose to tail for 7th place. Aya Raphael just gained 1 spot and is now in 10th. Taylor's Australia is also climbing up, moving into 17th. Maya is closing in on Amundsen. Looks like a fun scrap for 7th place. Kufo and Trihard Triad are still neck and neck for the 14th spot. Amy and TPKPA are pushing hard for 5th. Ira Raphael is really stalking Lux Ravenous now, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Lithocarp is climbing up the ranks to take the 11th place. Trihart Triad and Relaxed View are locked in a close fight for the 13th spot. Amy just overtook someone to move into 5th place. TPKPA and Amy are nose to tail for 5th. Indigo Pate is closing the gap on Tails of Stirling, now just 1.1 seconds behind. Indigo Pate is racing a Porsche 718R SK from 1958. He's currently in the 15th place and has the slowest lap of 1 minute, 19 seconds, and 834 milliseconds. Looks like he's struggling to keep up with the pack. Amy just gained 1 spot and is now in 4th place. Trihat Triat and Relaxed View are nose to nose for the 13th position. Maya is now in 7th place, closing the gap. TPKA is in 5th, just ahead. Aminsan is in 6th, right behind. The race is heating up. Lithocarp is making a strong push with the fastest lap, but he's still a bit behind in position. If he keeps this pace, he might sneak into the top 5 before the race ends. Tales of Sturley's Mercedes-Benz W196 is a classic from the 1950s, known for its engineering marvel. Their race seems to be a bit off pace, currently in 16th place and not quite matching the top speeds. Rafael is really eager to say hello, closing in on Maya by 1.7 seconds. Kufo is climbing the ladder, grabbing the 13th spot from behind. Triat is driving a 1961 Ferrari 156 F1 tune. They're currently in the middle of the pack, just behind the top 10, with a decent lap time but no real threat to the leaders yet. Wow, Rowdy Zarolf, you really showed them how it's done. Congratulations on the win. Congratulations to Rowdy Zarolf. That was an impressive win, way to dominate the race. And a big shout out to Rafael for the most overtakes today. They can now claim the classic 1958 Lotus 12 from F1 1950. Enjoy your new vintage ride. Alright, here's a fun fact for you about the 1955 Ferrari 555 F1. It was actually designed for racing in the mid-1950s, but what's wild is that it was part of a period where Ferrari was really pushing the limits of aerodynamics and speed. It might not have the flashy modern tech, but back then, it was considered a real beast on the track, showing the roots of Ferrari's racing dominance. Plus, it's got a name that sounds more like a phone number than a race car. Alright everyone, you better get your votes in now if you want your favorite car to race. The countdown is almost over and I don't want anyone missing out on the fun. Don't make me start this race without your chosen champion. Hey Mavericks, great to see you back. We're about to watch some crazy AI cars race against each other. So buckle up and enjoy the show. Oh, this is a classic showdown of vintage machines. The 1950 BRM Type 15 is a lovely piece of history, but it's more of a wild card in a modern race. The 1957 Maserati 252, on the other hand, is known for its racing pedigree and agility, even by today's standards. Considering the race is at the Denver Pepsi Center, which has a mix of tight corners and open stretches, I'd say the Maserati probably has the edge with its proven track record in racing back in the day. But hey, with AI driving, anything can happen. Maybe the BRM will surprise us all and pull off something unexpected. But if I were betting, I'd lean towards Kingwood's Maserati for a slightly smoother ride. Alright everyone, Maya is on pole in her shiny 1955 Bugatti Type 251 at the Denver Pepsi Center track. Guess she's feeling pretty confident with that vintage speed. Let's see if she can hold on to it. Maya is leading the race right now, holding on to that top spot. Aminsan is right behind in second place, giving chase. Navrix is in third. Not far off, but definitely feeling the pressure. Honden is on the move, climbing up to 12th place after overtaking 3 cars. Navrix and Aminsan are locked in a fierce fight for second. Akvaithi and Naivia are also nose-to-tail battling for fourth. Naive is climbing up to third place. Navrix and Naive are still neck and neck for third. Kikaslady X3 is gaining ground, now in fifth. Welcome back, Everlasting Apex. Glad you could join us again for the high-speed chaos. Hope you're ready for some intense AI racing action. Kikaslady X3 is climbing to 4th place. Akavati is now 5th. Mirmuida and Navrix are neck and neck for 6th. Mirmuida just overtook someone to take 6th place. Amy and Navrix are nose to nose for 7th. Bees McGee is climbing to 15th. The vintage F1 cars are making the race unpredictable with their quirky handling and slower pace. The Denver track's tight corners are probably favoring the more agile classics over raw power. Akvaithi is driving a Cooper T43 from 1958. They are currently in 5th place and seem to be holding steady without much drama. Minamai Style at 21, and Navrix are nose-to-nose for 8th place. Strutting Jal and Trihatriad are locked in a close fight for 13th. Agvaithi is gaining on Kikaslady X3, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Mirmuda and Akvaithi are locked in a tight battle for 5th place. Maya maintains her lead, but Amin is closing the gap quickly. Kikaslady X3 is now in 3rd place, inching closer to Naibi in a fierce battle for that spot. Things are heating up at the front and the middle. Mermuida is climbing up to 4th place. Akvaithi is now 5th. Amy has moved into 6th. The race is heating up. Gingrut is driving a 1957 Maserati 250 22AF. He's currently in the 12th place and has a fast lap of 1 minute, 30 seconds, and 769 milliseconds. Looks like he's holding steady, but not quite challenging for the top spots. Kikaslady X3 is gaining on Aminsan, closing the gap by 140 seconds. Minamai Style at 21 and Amy are nose-to-nose for 6th place. Aminsan is inching closer to Maya by a second and a bit. Kikaslady X3 is hot on Aminsan's tail, closing in fast. Minamai Style at 21 just jumped 2 spots and now sits in 5th. Minamai Style at 21 just overtook someone to take 4th place. Agvaithi is climbing up to 5th. Lord Batril is now in 7th after a little push forward. Maya is trying to overtake Amundsen, and Amy is not giving up the lead easily. Strutting Jarl is really closing the distance on Tryhard Triad now, just 1.3 seconds behind. Minamai Style at 21 is holding a solid 4th place, but Kingbra is just behind in 10th. If they want to settle the bet, Kingbra needs to find some speed and overtake a few cars quick. Minamai Style at 21 just overtook someone to take 3rd place. Minamai Style 1 and Amundsen are nose to tail for 2nd. Kikas Lady X3 and Minamai Style at 21 are also locked in a close fight for 3rd. Wow, Maya, you really sped past everyone. Congratulations on winning the race at Denver Pepsi Center. Looks like all those practice laps paid off. Wow, Maya, you totally crushed it out there. That was an incredible race to watch. You're on fire today. If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the Tsukuba short circuit, I would go with the Koenigsegg Jesko. It's known for its incredible speed and advanced aerodynamics, which are perfect for a tight circuit like Tsukuba. Plus, with that hybrid powertrain, it's got a good balance of power and agility that could give it the edge. Though many of these cars are insanely fast, I'd put my money on the Jesko for a combination of raw speed and handling. Alright everyone, last call to choose your car. If you haven't made your pick yet, now's the time before the countdown ends. Don't let your favorite slip away. Ooh, this is quite the high-stakes matchup. The Lamborghini Aventador is a beast with its raw power and modern aerodynamics, so Amy has serious speed on her side. But then again, the Pagani Zonda Cinque is a super rare, track-focused beauty with a reputation for being a lightweight, high-performance machine. It's like putting a sleek, modern tank against a nimble, exotic rocket. I'd say Amy's Lamborghini might have an edge in outright speed because of its bigger engine and advanced tech, but the Zonda's agility and precision could make things interesting. If this were a straight-up drag race, I'd probably lean toward Amy's Lamborghini. But on Tsukuba Short, where finesse and handling matter just as much, I wouldn't be surprised if Village's Zonda pulls a surprise. It's a close call, but I'll go with Amy in the Lamborghini to take the win by just a nose. Alright folks, the race is underway at Tsukuba Short Track. Hermit Media is starting on pole with a classic 2004 Porsche Carrera G. Let's see if that vintage beast can hold off the modern supercars in this race. Hermit Media is leading the race right now, followed closely by Amundsen in second place. Navrix is in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Amundsen just overtook someone to take the lead. Cloud Surfer 69 is climbing fast, now in second place. Hermit Media and Cloud Surfer 69 are nose to tail, fighting for second place. Hermit Media is climbing to second place. Reinecke has advanced to fourth. Gnavling is now in eighth. Lotusos is climbing up to 10th place. Amy is making a move to 13. Cloud Surfer 69 just overtook someone and is now in second place. Maya and Mr. Wolf J are nose to tail for 11. Looks like a good fight there. Rex and Sarah is climbing up to 5th place. Dongatson 3 is also gaining ground, now in 6th. Lotusos and Unistix are nose to nose for 9th. Gnavling and Navrix are nose to nose for 7th place. Lotusos just sneaked into 9th, climbing 1 spot. Reinecke and Hermit Media are nose to nose for 3rd place. Gnavling just sneaked into 7th. Naibe is climbing up to 14th. Reinecke is now in 3rd place. Rex Nicera has moved into 4th. Amy is climbing to 13th. Gnavling is gaining on Dongarzon 3, closing the gap by 130 seconds. Amy and Mr. Wolf J are locked in a tight fight for 12th place. Gnavling is driving a 2022 Aston Martin Valhalla, which is a pretty new hypercar. They're currently in 8th place, hanging around the middle of the pack. Looks like they're not making big moves, but staying steady. Unistix is climbing up to 8th place. Maya is now in 10th. Billy has gained 2 spots and is in 13th. Unistix is driving a Pagani Zonda R from 2009. They're currently in the 10th place and have the second slowest fastest lap. Looks like a steady but not spectacular race so far. Deleu is driving a Pagani Zonda Sync from 2009. They're currently in the middle of the pack, just ahead of the Lamborghini Aventador and Lamborghini Centenario. Looks like a solid race so far. Rexensera is climbing up to third place. Navling is chipping away at Reinicki's lead, now just 1.2 seconds behind. Mr. Wolf J and Lotusos are locked in a close fight for 11th. Cloud Surfer 69 is gaining on Amundsen, closing the gap by 1.30 seconds. Donuts on 3, and Hermit Media are locked in a fierce fight for 6th place. Naiba is climbing up the ranks, moving up one spot to take 14th. Navling is closing in on Reinicki, cutting the gap by 1.3 seconds. Dongertzanther 3 has moved up one spot to take 6th place. Unistix is also up one spot, now in 8th. Mavericks just overtook someone to move into 8th place. Maya and Unistix are nose to nose for 9th. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Navling and Reinicki are still neck and neck for 4th place. Maya just gained one spot and is now in 9th. Billy is also climbing, moving up one spot to take 12th. Wow, Amundsen just took the victory again. Looks like they're really good at winning those races. Well done. Wow, Amundsen really pulled it off, didn't they? Congratulations. Looks like all that hard work paid off. I guess they're the one to beat now. Great job. Here's a fun fact about the 1971 Plymouth Roadrunner. It was one of the last muscle cars to really capture that raw, no-nonsense attitude of the early 70s. Plus, it had a name inspired by a cartoon bird, which is pretty hilarious for a car that could go from 0 to 60 in just over 6 seconds. It's like the Roadrunner was trying to outpace Wile E. Coyote, and everyone else on the street. Oh wow, what a classic showdown. Both of these cars have that vintage charm that honestly, the AMC Matador from 1971 might have a slight edge because of its slightly lighter weight and different aerodynamics. That being said, the Ford Torino from 1972 has that muscle car vibe which can surprise us if the AI manages to optimize its power. In this race, I'd probably lean towards Silver becoming with the AMC Matador, just because it tends to be a bit more agile in tight turns. But hey, with AI driving, anything can happen. Especially on a track like Monza Junior where precision and speed are everything. Let's see which of these vintage beauties can outrun the other. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Monza Jr., and leading the pack is Meg's Boring Life in the 1971 Mercury Cyclone. Looks like they're off to an interesting start, but we shall see if they can hold that pole position. Meg's Boring Life is leading the race right now. Cap Holster is in second place, closely followed by Autoleatorius in third. Looks like a tight start so far. Stephen Brinkley just gained one spot and is now in third place. Silver Gaming and Autoleatorius are nose-to-nose for fourth. Zotsfired and Eminsan are locked in a close fight for ninth. Silver Gaming and Autoleatorius are nose-to-nose for fourth place. Zotsfired is inching up to ninth. Spear-like Hail is also climbing now at 11th. Silver Gaming is climbing up to fourth place. Aminsan and Zotsfired are nose-to-nose for ninth. Iconic Odd and Dank Nuggins are locked in a close fight for 18th. Spear-like Hail is climbing up to 10th place. A tight duel between Aminsan and Spear-like Hail for 10th. Trunkroti is also advancing, now in 13th. Aminsan just sneaked into the top 10. V39 is inching closer to the top 15. Iconic Odd and Team Tenetia are nose-to-nose for 21st. Squatbender and Dank Nuggins are nose-to-nose for the 18th spot. Naiba and Platnumera are locked in a fierce duel for 24th. James Mayo and Navrix are slugging it out for the 27th position. Squatbender just moved up one spot to 18th place. Navrix is closing in on Amy, shrinking the gap by 1.2 seconds. Maya is now 9 places behind at 26. Squatbender has climbed one spot to 17th. Dank Nuggins has also moved up one to 18. They are now neck and neck for 17th. Maya is charging up the field, now in 14th place after overtaking 12 cars. Lotusus is closing in on James Mayo, shrinking the gap by nearly 6 seconds. Dank Nuggins and Squatbender are locked in a fierce duel for 18th place. Archerun 92 is climbing one spot to 14th place. Singoshi is also moving up one spot to 15th place. Vay 39 is making a similar move to 16th place. Maya is holding steady in 7th place. Team Tinatea is now in 18th place. Amy has moved up to 23rd. Lakni Umera is in 24th. The race is heating up with some small but noticeable gains. Wow, Meg's Boring Life just took the checkered flag. Guess the race was just a walk in the park for them. Wow, Meg's Boring Life took the win! Congratulations! Looks like they've got the magic touch today. Let's see if anyone can catch up in the next race. Alright. Fun fact about the 1962 Vega Facel 2 is that it was essentially a luxury muscle car before that was even a thing. It packed a massive Chrysler V8 engine, which made it super fast for its time. But it also had a fancy interior and a sleek design that screamed sophistication. Basically, it was like driving a jet on wheels with a touch of class. Hey everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The countdown is almost up, so get those selections in before the race starts. Don't make me choose for you. Oh wow, these are some classic beauties. The 1972 BMW CSL is known for its sporty handling and aggressive stance, while the 1965 Alfa Romeo GTA is a lightweight legend with razor-sharp agility. Honestly, the BMW might have a slight advantage with its power and stability, but don't count out the Alfa Romeo's nimbleness. If the race turns into a high-speed dash, the BMW could edge ahead. But if it's a tight, twisty course where finesse matters, the Alfa Romeo might just surprise us all. So, my bet? Given the circuit and these cars, I'd say the BMW has a slight edge. But it's going to be a close one. Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at Valencia Street Circuit, and in vintage slow cars. Itzarura is starting on pole in a classic 1965 Alfa Romeo GTA. Get ready for some nostalgic chaos. Itzarura has taken the lead right out of the gate. Islatiimgo is holding strong in second place. Boart is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Maya is now in third place after overtaking 3 cars. Boart is right behind in fourth. Stankit is climbing fast, now in 14th. The battle for third is heating up. Morningstar is climbing nicely into 5th place. Yabuirwanda is also making moves up to 6th. Timbogini Tube and Yabuirwanda are nose to tail, fighting for that 6th spot. Morningstar is climbing to 4th place. Timbogini Tube and Yabuirwanda are locked in a close fight for 6th. Amy is making a move to 9th. Yabuirwanda is climbing up to 5th place. Naibe is now 11th. Unknown Tactics has moved into 13th. Looks like everyone's making some moves. Maya just overtook for second place. Riswa Chingyo and Maya are still neck and neck. Morningstar is closing the gap on Riswa Chingyo, now just 2 seconds behind. Looks like a three-way scrap for the podium. Yaboru Wawanda is slicing through the field, closing in on Morningstar by 2.7 seconds. Timbogini Tuba is climbing 1 spot to sit in 6th. Amy is also moving up 1 spot, now in 7th. Maya is currently in 7th place trying to hold off the charging Amy and Timbogini Tube. Aminzan and Ixnobotics are nose to nose for 8th place. Looks like a real drag race. Morningstar is closing in on Riswa Chingyo, cutting the gap by a second and a third. Ixnobodixel and Amy are locked in a fierce duel for 7th place. Naibe is climbing up the ranks, grabbing the 10th spot. Timbogini Tube is driving a 1954 Mercedes-Benz 300 SL, a classic with a reputation for elegance and solid performance. They are currently in 3rd place, so they're holding a strong position but not quite leading the pack. Yabui Rwanda just overtook someone to take 4th place. Yabui Rwanda and Riswa Chingyo are nose to nose for 3rd. Amy is climbing up to 6th. Yabui Rwanda just overtook someone to climb into 3rd place. Riswa Chingyo and Yabui Rwanda are nose to nose for that 3rd spot. Stank It is making moves, climbing into 12th. Stanket and Bayouard are battling closely for 11th. Maya is holding steady in 6th place. Morningstar is defending well, but Amy's definitely closing in. Aminsan just overtook someone for 7th, and Naibe is creeping up behind in 9th. Maya is holding steady in 5th place. Morningstar is feeling the heat from Amy now. Stank It is inching closer to Ixnobodixel, but still a bit of work to do. Maya is holding steady in 7th place. Stank It is inching closer to Ixnobodixel, cutting the gap by a second. Naiba advances 1 spot to 8th place. Cherogamersa climbs 1 position to 13th. Mafia Mavi is closing in on Baiwart, cutting the gap by a second. The battle for 14th place between Mafia Mavi and Baiwart is heating up. Maya is maintaining a steady pace in 5th place. Amy is right behind Riswa Chingyo, closing the gap quickly. Aminsan is gaining on Morningstar inching closer. Ignobodixel is chipping away at Timborghini Tube's lead, not letting him breathe. Morningstar is right behind Amy now, closing the gap by over 2 seconds. Unknown Tactics is hot on Stankit's tail, cutting the distance by a little over 1 second. Morningstar is climbing nicely into 4th place. Amin-san is also making progress. Now, in 6. Looks like the race is heating up. Amy is climbing fast, now in 4th place after overtaking 3 cars. Riswachingyo is closing in on her, cutting the gap by 6.5 seconds. Looks like a tight battle forming. Riswachingyo is driving a vintage Alpine, a 110-1660. They're currently in 2nd place but are quite a bit slower than the leaders with their fastest lap at 3 minutes 6 seconds. Looks like a steady but not spectacular race for them. Ixnobudixel is climbing up to 8th place. Stankit just moved up to 9. Timbogini Tuba and Stankit are nose to tail for 10. Ixnobudixel is driving a 1965 Jaguar E-Type Series 1. They're currently in 10th place and their fastest lap is over 3 minutes 10 seconds. So they're not exactly setting the pace. Looks like a steady race but not quite enough to challenge the leaders. Amin-san just sneaked into 5th place. Naibe is chopping down the gap to Morningstar Zol by 2.1 seconds. So things are heating up. Morningstars is gaining on Riswachingyo, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Kituluatu and Bayuat are locked in a close fight for 14th place. Luke's Ravenous is racing a vintage Porsche 914-6. They're currently in the middle of the pack, just behind the top 10. And their fastest lap is nearly identical to the car ahead. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Yaboy Rwanda just overtook someone to take 2nd place. Maya and Yaboy Rwanda are nose to tail in a fierce battle for 2nd. Nonstop is climbing up to 6th place, inching closer to the top. Wow, what a shocker! Congratulations, it's Sarah. Looks like you just proved everyone wrong and took the top spot. Well done! Wow! Congratulations to Itsarara for taking the checkered flag. Well done! They really drove their virtual car off the digital road. And a big shout out to Amy for setting the fastest lap. Amy, you've earned yourself a 1968 Holden Monaro GTS. A vintage beauty that's perfect for cruising through the streets. Or at least pretending to. Great job, everyone! Alright everyone, last call to choose your racing machine. Make your picks before time runs out or you might end up with the slowpoke of the bunch. Hurry up and get your selection in. Hey there, Tenka Main 704. Welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you returning for some AI car racing action. Hope you're ready for some high-speed fun. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd say the 1995 McLaren F1 GTR would probably take the cake on the Seattle circuit. It's got that legendary combination of speed, handling, and racing pedigree that just seems to conquer whatever track you throw it on. The Ferrari F40 Competizione and Jaguar XJ220 are also strong contenders. But the McLaren's balance of power and agility makes it the likely winner in a grid like this. Plus, who wouldn't want to see that iconic shape tearing through the corners? Wow, this is quite the matchup. The Nissan Skyline GTR or 33L M is a classic with some serious heritage and a reputation for handling. On the other hand, the Jaguar XJ220 is a beast in its own right, known for its incredible speed and sleek design. Given the Seattle circuit's twists and turns, I might lean towards the Skyline because of its agility and grip. But the XJ220's raw speed could give it a huge advantage on the straightaways. It's really a toss-up, but I'd say the Skyline might just edge out the Jaguar in this one. Wouldn't be surprised if the Jaguar surprises us all though. Alright, everyone, the race is underway at Seattle Circuit. Leading the pack in pole position is Unclearly Gaming, roaring ahead in a classic 1995 Honda NSX GT 2LM. Let's see if that vintage power can hold off the competition. Unclearly Gaming is leading the pack, followed closely by Amy and Bufina 19. Looks like the front runners are already setting the pace. Amy just took the lead, moving up to first place. Tang Kamen in 704 is now in second, closing in fast. Unclearly Gaming is right behind in third, and those two are locked in a fierce duel for second. Bufin 19 and Unclearly Gaming are nose to tail for third place. Amin San just climbed one spot to sixth. Roger Bear 302 also gained one spot, now in 10th. Sinyahima is driving a 1989 TVR Tuscan, which is known for its lightweight and aggressive styling. They are currently in the 17th place, just behind another TVR Tuscan teammate, so it looks like they're struggling to gain ground. Bufini 19 is climbing up to third place. Ashianritin and Unclearly Gaming are nose-to-nose fighting for fourth. Boitso is advancing to 11. Ashianritin is driving a Nissan Skyline GTR 33LM, the same as the leader. They're currently in sixth place, so not quite catching the front runners but staying competitive. Looks like a steady race so far. Ashianritin and Buffy 19 are nose to tail for third place. Aminsan and Unclearly Gaming are locked in a close fight for fifth. Celestia Linari and Ronnie Rampage are battling it out for 14th. Maya is currently in 8th place with a 1995 Nissan Skyline GTR 33L. Looks like a solid mid-pack run so far, no overtakes yet but plenty of room to make a move. Ashaneriton is driving a Nissan Skyline GT-RR 33LM, starting from 6th and currently in 4th. Looks like they're making a decent push forward. Lithocarp's car's a 1993 Porsche 968 Turbo Rs, a sleek and agile choice. Looks like they're holding steady in the middle of the pack, not making any dramatic moves but staying consistent. Pistol 33 just climbed one spot to 6th place. Lithocarp and Wanabikido are nose-to-nose for 12th. Amy is holding the lead comfortably, but still has to finish the last lap. No pressure yet. Bufininateen is driving a 1993 Jaguar X J220, which is known for its sleek design and impressive speed. Their race looks like a non-starter so far with the fastest lap still not recorded, and they are currently in 3rd place. Aminsan is driving a McLaren F1 GTR, which is known for its speed and handling. They are currently in 5th place and have the fastest lap among the group of cars, so their race looks pretty strong so far. Emerald Tick 398 is dropping back to 17th. Rogerbear 302 is climbing to 9th. Botso is moving up to 10th. The race is heating up. Emerald Tick 398 is making a bold move, overtaking 16 cars to claim the lead. Amy and Emerald Tick 398 are now locked in a fierce fight for 1st place. Emerald Tick 398 is holding on to the lead with a slight edge over Amy, Maya, and Uncleely Gaming are nose to tail for 8th place. Looks like a game of who blinks first. Wow, Amy really took the checkered flag. Guess she's the one to beat now. Congratulations to Amy for winning the race. That was an impressive drive. And a huge shout out to Amy for snagging the fastest lap, earning herself that classic Nissan Skyline R33 GT-R. Well deserved. Aminsan, you really turned up the heat with the most overtakes, so you get to claim the legendary McLaren F1 GT. Nice work. Both of you should be proud of your achievements today. Sure thing. Did you know that the Zolder track has a pretty quirky nickname among racers? They call it the Beast, because of its tricky corners and unpredictable pace. It's one of those tracks where you really can't afford to relax, or you'll find yourself in the gravel faster than you can say lap time. This is a classic showdown of vintage racing machines. Yabuera Wanda with the 1968 Crossel 15F versus Bobardo in the 1966 McLaren M10A. The Crossel is known for its agility and lightweight design, which might give Yabuera Wanda an edge on that tight Zolder track. On the other hand, Bobardo's McLaren M10A has that raw power and historical racing pedigree. So if he manages to handle the car well, he could push ahead. Honestly, I think the Crossel's nimbleness might just nudge Yabuera Wanda into the lead, but don't count out Bobardo's muscle. It's going to be a close race, but for now I'd say Yabuera Wanda has the slight edge. Who are you betting on? Alright folks, the race at Zolder is underway, and leading the pack is Takedo Kibri in the classic 1969 Le Grand Mark 11. Looks like a vintage thunderstorm ready to strike. Takedo Kibri has taken an early lead. Celestial Inari is holding strong in second, and Radazoractive Vixen is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already. GM Prime is on the rise, climbing 3 spots to 18. Alan 656 is making moves, also up 3 places to 24. Ren Kawari is following suit, gaining 3 positions to 26. HP Lootcraft is charging through the field, now in 23rd place. Connor Mality is also climbing, now in 26th. Chris Gopher just nudged into 5th place, making a small but noticeable move. And Body Notes just overtook someone to take 8th place. Yabuera Wanda and I are still neck and neck for 11th. Nistek is closing in on the top 15. Yabuera Wanda just nudged into the top 11. Bobardo's climbing to 13. Skexis Beaupre is inching closer to the 20s. Looks like some steady progress. Maya is currently in 8th place, trying to hold off a charging competitor. Meanwhile, the battle for 21st is heating up between Amy and Daisy Kings. Amin-san and Ren Kaori are locked in a close fight for 26th. Skexis Beaupre is climbing nicely to 18th place. Amy is making a move to 21. Amin-san is also advancing to 26. The race is heating up. Gamasta Tagama 9000 is climbing 2 spots to reach the 17th position. Skexis Beaupre is gaining on G-Master the Gamer 9000, cutting the gap by 2.7 seconds. Amy is moving up 1 spot to take 20th place. HP Lootcraft is climbing up to 22nd place. Alan 656 is now 24th. Aminsan has moved into 25th. Looks like they're all playing the game of leapfrog today. Solid Shadon in NET1 is holding off Amundsen by a hair for 25th place. Ikar 77 and Ren Kaori are also nose to nose for 27th. Pani 3 and Radizero Activi Vixen are nose to tail for 3rd place. Bobardo's climbing up to 12th. Adnan Flash is gaining ground to 13th. The Granton Shunter and Kreisgoffer are locked in a tight fight for 5th place. Maya has moved up 1 spot to take 13th. The Master Tegamerin 1000 is closing in on Amstek, cutting the gap by 1 second. GM Prime and Skeksis, though Pre, are nose to nose for the 18th spot. Strutting Jal and Amy are locked in a close fight for the 20th position. Conormality is gaining fast on Rome Spider, cutting the gap by over 5 seconds. N-Body Notes is climbing up to 7th place. Yaboy Romda is closing in on Bees McGee, narrowing the distance by just over a second. Zolich Downing NET1 advances 1 position to 25. Ikar 77 is narrowing the gap to Ren Kaori by 140 seconds. Wow, Takido Kibri, you really showed them how it's done. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Takido Kibri took the victory. Congratulations. They must have really outpaced everyone else. Looks like they're the one to beat next time. Great job to them. Sure thing. Did you know that in the combined slow cars racing class, the cars are so slow that sometimes they seem to be doing a dramatic slow motion parade rather than a race? It's like watching a snail marathon but with more metal. It definitely keeps the excitement level at a steady. Can they even reach the finish line? Kind of thrill? Hey everyone! If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The countdown is almost over. So make your choice before they start zooming around without you. Don't say I didn't warn you. Oh wow. This is quite the matchup. On one side we have chubby boy RJ with a classic 1967 Volkswagen Beetle. It's charming, quirky, and probably has some serious nostalgia points, but let's be honest, it's not exactly a speed demon. On the other side, Lockjump 7 is behind a 2015 Ford Fiesta ST, which is known for its sporty performance and agility. Given the cars, I'd place my bets on Lockjump 7. The Fiesta ST's maneuverability and power are likely to give it a significant advantage on Mont Tremblant's tricky turns and straights. But hey, you never know with AI racing. Sometimes, the old-school charm of a Beetle might surprise us and somehow outmaneuver its new arrival. Either way, I'm excited to see how this plays out. Alright everyone, buckle up because the race is on at Mont Tremblant. Leading the pack from pole is Cloud Surfer 69 in a classic 1966 Ford Anglia Super 123E. Who knew a vintage ride could still make it to the front? Gabitha Minimac has shot to the front, taking the lead right out of the gate. Cloud Surfer 69 is hot on her heels in second place. Big Boy Bets is holding steady in third, but don't blink or you might miss some early drama. Maya is climbing fast, now in 7th place after overtaking 3 cars. Lockjump 7 is also on the move, now in 13th after a similar surge. Big Boy Bets and Cloud Surfer 69 are nose to nose for 2nd place. Looks like a tight squeeze. Big Boy Bets is climbing nicely to 2nd place. Vinhas 17 is also making progress to 3rd. Maya is advancing to 6th. Looks like everyone's on the move today. Big Boy Bets is slicing through the track, closing in on Vinhas 17 by 6 seconds. Vinhas 17 just overtook 2 cars to take the top spot. Maya and Autumn Thunderbird are nose to tail, fighting for 5th place. Le Kaiju is on a roll, climbing 8 places now. Gabitha Minimac is dropping like a stone, losing 18 spots. Cloud Surfer 69 just gained 1 position, still hanging around the top 3. Zergamingate is climbing to 7th place. Broxworth is now in 12th. Milliscopebeim has moved into 13th. The race is heating up. Zergamingate just overtook Mu2 and is now in 6th place. They're nose to nose, so expect some serious wheel-to-wheel action soon. Cloud Surfer 69 just overtook someone to take 2nd place. Maya is climbing up to 3rd. Le Kaiju is making moves to get into the top 10. Le Kaiju and BOR are nose to nose for 8. Gabitha Minimac is closing in on Wild Cavanone, cutting the gap by nearly 7 seconds. Big Boy Bets has climbed 2 spots to 2nd place. Le Caillou is also up 2 spots, now in 7. Zergamingite and Autumn Thunderbird are still locked in a tight battle for 5th place. Lokchun 7 just gained a spot and is now in 9th. Gabitha Minimac is closing in on Wild Kevinoni, cutting the gap by 3.7 seconds. Zergamingate is climbing up to 5th place. Le Caillou is now 6th. Lokchun 7 has moved into 8th. Maya is closing in on Big Boy Bets, cutting the gap by 2.2 seconds. Lokchun 7 has moved up 1 spot to 7th place. Frogsworth is also climbing 1 spot to 9th place. Zergamingate is climbing up to 4th place. Le Caillou and Cloudsurfer 69 are nose to nose for 5th. Frogsworth is advancing to 8th. Le Caillou just overtook someone to land in 5th place. Lokchun 7 is closing in on Cloudsurfer 69, the gap shrinking by nearly 2 seconds. Global Axel is climbing up to 11th place. Globus and Moo Tube are nose to nose for 10th. Gabitha Minimac is closing in on Wild Kavanaugh rapidly, just 5.8 seconds behind now. Zergamingate is gaining on me, just 1.5 seconds to go. Lokchun 7 has moved up 1 spot and is now in 6th place. Zergamingate is gaining ground on me, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Frogsworth has climbed 1 spot to 7th. DF Empress is narrowing the distance to Belescope Bime by 1.1 seconds. Gabitha Minimac is closing in fast on Wild Cavenon, cutting the gap by 5 seconds. Zergamingate is creeping up on me, just a little over a second behind. They are now locked in a tight battle for 3rd place. Zergamingate is climbing to 3rd place. Le Caillou is now in 4th. Globulus Ixel is sneaking into 9th. Lokchun 7 and Maya are nose to tail for 5th place. Bioard and Autumn Thunderbird are fighting hard for 10th. Telescope Bime is climbing up to 12th. Lokchun 7 advances to 5th place. Frogsworth is closing the gap on me, now just 140 seconds behind. Bioard climbs to 10th place. Zergamingate is slicing through the track, now just 7 seconds behind Big Boy Bets. Globotzel is gaining ground on Cloudsurfer 69, closing in by 1.5 seconds. Telescope Bam is climbing up 1 spot, now in 11th place. Well, look at that. Pinhead 17 just took the checkered flag. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Congrats on the win. Wow. Finna 17 really took the checkered flag. Congratulations. They must have some serious AI driving skills. Looks like they're the one to beat in this digital race. Great job! If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd probably go with the 1990 Mazda 787B. It's famous for its rotary engine and victory at Le Mans, so I'd say it has the spirit and the unique tech to handle that circuit well. Plus, it's just cool to see something a bit different in a race like this. The others are all impressive, but the 787D's blend of innovation and racing pedigree makes it a fun pick for the win. Hey everyone, time's almost up to pick your favorite car. Make your choice before it's too late, or you'll be stuck cheering for whatever the AI throws out there. Hurry up, or you'll miss all the fun. Oh, this is a tough one, but I'd have to say it's going to come down to the car choice here. The Jaguar XJR5 is a classic and has a sort of legendary status, but the Lancia LC2 is a beast in its own right with that sleek design and racing pedigree. If I had to pick, I'd lean slightly towards the Lancia because of its lightweight build and agility, which could give it a little edge on the track. But honestly, with AI involved, anything can happen. So I'm just excited to watch these two battle it out. Let's see who manages to outpace the other. Alright folks, the race has kicked off at the Alice track, and leading the pack is the Group C car, class Ovidus, in a historic 1984 Porsche 962 C long tail. Looks like vintage speed is making a statement right from the start. Ovidus has taken an early lead, with Maya right behind in second place. Shoto Todoroki 39 is currently in third, trying to keep up. Maya and Ovidus are nose to tail for the lead. Lemon Cult Games and Shoto Todoroki 39 are swapping positions every corner for third place. Zanmon Samun and Amy are locked in a fierce duel for fifth. Amundsen just blitzed through 6 cars to grab 5th place. Lemon Cult Games nudged into 3rd. Amy is climbing up to 4th. Things are heating up. The Futz 84 is right behind the Lightning Thief now. Just a second and a bit separating them. They're battling for 9th place. Red Panda Man 84 has gained 1 position and is now in 20th. Lemon Coke Games is closing in on Maya fast, just 3.6 seconds behind. Yum Chubby Panda is climbing up one spot to take 20th place. Red Panda Man 84 and Yum Chubby Panda are nose to nose for 20th. Dongritsona 3 is on a roll, climbing 6 spots to 6th place. Geishk is having a rough time, dropping 7 places to 23rd. Kyroscope just gained 1 spot, now sitting in 16th. Dongritsona 3 is making a bold move to take the lead. Krishk is storming through the field, overtaking a huge chunk of cars. Ovidos and Krishk are now nose to nose for 2nd place. Looks like a tight duel. Lukayu is climbing fast, now in 10th place after overtaking 3 cars. Ovidos is leading the race at the moment, moving up 2 spots to 1st. Maya is also on the move, climbing 2 places to 2nd. Red Panda Man 84 is driving a 1994 Mercedes C180 DTM. They're currently in the 20th place, so they're not exactly leading the pack, but still hanging in there. Bjorn Art is driving an Aston Martin, a MR1. They're currently in 8th place, holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Yum Chubby Panda is driving a 1995 BMW M3 GT R Evo Duo. They're currently in 18th place, so not quite in the thick of the action, but still hanging in there. Bjorn Art is driving an Aston Martin AM1, currently in 8th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Pace ARR is driving a 1994 Mercedes C180 DTM. They're currently in the middle of the pack, just behind the top 10. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Val Lightning Thief is chipping away at Bjorn Art's lead, closing in by 1.3 seconds. Navling just climbed 1 spot to 13th. Kufo and Navling are nose to nose for that 13th place. So expect some fireworks soon. Indigo Pate is driving a 1995 BMW M3 GT R Evo. Looks like he's stuck in the back of the retro DTM pack, trying to catch up but not making much progress. The Foz 84 just overtook Lakaiju, and now they are fighting for the 10th spot. This is getting interesting. Salmon Zamun is driving a Toyota 88 CV from 1988. They're currently in 7th place, but their lap time of 2 minutes and 25.712 seconds suggests they're struggling to keep up with the leaders. Amy is driving an Aston Martin AMR1, currently in 5th place. Their lap time is just behind the leader, so they're holding a solid position but not quite close enough to challenge for the top spot. The Lightning Thief is driving a Nissan NP35 from 1992. They're currently in ninth place, just behind the Aston Martin drivers. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves. Dongerdsonthree's Mercedes 190e Evo 2 is stuck in a time loop, not moving at all. Looks like they're having a serious technical issue or just taking a break from racing. Evolution 954 is driving a 1990 Mercedes 190e Evo 2 in Retro DTM. Their race seems to be a disaster, with a time of 2 minutes 47.832 seconds. But they're currently not on the track, likely out or disconnected. Well, look at that. Ovidus is the champion again. Guess the competition better step up their game. Wow. Ovidus took the checkered flag. Congratulations on that win. You definitely earned it. Now, the drivers who achieved big milestones today. Eminson, you've got some serious bragging rights. Since you nailed the fastest lap, you can claim that sleek 1989 Aston Martin AR1 from Group C, and because you also made the most overtakes today, that same beauty is yours to enjoy. Great job to everyone, and stay tuned. More AI car chaos coming up. Sure thing. Did you know the Snetterton 300 track was originally built in the 1950s? And was actually designed as a racing circuit for the British Touring Car Championship? Over the years, it's become famous for its high-speed corners and challenging layout. Plus, the name 300 refers to the approximate distance in kilometers of the full circuit, even though the actual track length is a bit shorter. It's one of those places where drivers really have to stay sharp, or they'll be visiting the scenery unexpectedly. Alright, this is quite the matchup. On one hand, you've got Maya behind the wheel of a 1996 Opel Calibra DTM. That car, while a bit vintage now, has some serious racing pedigree and agility. On the other hand, Indigapati is rolling in a 1990 Mercedes 190 Evo 2, which is known for its balanced handling and classic charm. Given their car choices, I'd probably lean towards Maya's Opel for its high-performance roots, especially since the Calibra was built for racing, even if it's a bit older. But the Mercedes has a certain sturdiness and smoothness that could keep it competitive. In the end, I think it's going to come down to how well each driver can exploit their car's strengths. My gut says Maya's Calibra might just squeeze out a win, but Indigopetus Mercedes isn't going down without a fight. Let's see how it unfolds. Alright everyone, the race is underway here at Snetterton 300. Standing on pole is Mafia V, in a classic 1995 BMW M3 GTR Evo, from the Retro DTM class. Let's see if that vintage beast can hold on to the top spot. Mafia Mavi has shot off the line to take the lead. Amy is holding strong in second place, and Emerald Tigger 988 is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle forming early on. Super Siggy is making a move, climbing 3 spots to 13th place. Amy is holding the lead, moving up 1 spot to first. Just Tanet is also climbing, taking 3rd place after moving up 1 spot. Super Siggy is dropping like a stone down to 19. Maya is climbing up to 6th. Witry out 25 is making a move to 13. Super Siggy is on a roll, climbing 12 places to 7th. That's Altisirena and Vargala Svet are still neck and neck for 18. Spearlight K just gained 1 spot, now in 20th. Inigo Pete and Maya are nose to tail for 5th place. Scorched Log has gained a spot and is now 7th. Lord Buttrell is also climbing, now 8th. The fight for the middle is heating up. Bjorn Art is driving a 1989 Toyota Celica in the Group N class, I. They're currently in the 13th place, just ahead of the 2 Toyota Celicas, and behind the Alfa Romeo 75. Looks like a decent race, but they might want to pick up the pace if they want to move up. Rowdy Zerolf and Lord Buttrell are battling hard for 8th place. Super Siggy is closing in on Bedazzler, shrinking the gap by 3.4 seconds. Bjorn Art is climbing nicely into the top 15. Vargala Svet and That's Alti Serena are also making moves, inching closer to the top 10. Toadette the Kitty is racing a classic 1988 BMW 635C SI. They're currently in 11th place, holding steady but not quite challenging the top contenders. Looks like a solid middle-of-the-pack run so far. Spearlight is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 17. Scorched Log just nudged into 6th place, inching closer to the top. Toadette the Kitty is driving a Group N 1988 BMW 635 CSI. Looks like they're holding steady in 11th place, not making any big moves but staying in the pack. Scorched Log is driving a 1996 Opel Calibra DTM They're currently in 7th place, just behind the Opel Calibra driver, and ahead of the Mercedes 190e Evo 2. Looks like a tight battle in the middle of the pack. Lord Buttrell is driving a 1990 Mercedes 190e Evo 2. They're currently in 8th place and have a fastest lap just over 2 minutes and 4 seconds. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much noise. Scorched Log is driving a 1996 Opel Calibra DTM. They're currently in 7th place and have a fastest lap of 2 minutes, 4 seconds, and 1800. Looks like they're holding steady but not setting the world on fire. That's Alti Serena is now in 14th place. Jon Art and That's Alti Serena are fighting for the same spot. Super Siggy has moved up to 17th place. Mafia Mary is holding the lead with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control unless someone pulls a surprise. Just Shanetiv is now in 2nd place. Emmerich for a 98 has also moved up 1 spot to 3rd. Indigo Pate is closing in on Mafia Mavi, cutting the gap by 5 seconds. Maya has climbed 1 spot to sit in 6th place. Lord Buttrell is also moving up 1 spot, now in 7th. Wow, Amy. Looks like you just took the top spot. Guess all those laps paid off? Well done. Wow, Amy just took the victory. Nice job, Amy. I guess all that practice paid off. Hopefully the other cars will step up their game next round. A fun fact about the 1982 Holden Commodore is that it was part of the first generation of Commodores, which marked Holden's shift from Australian-made to a more international approach. It was actually based on the Opel record, making it a bit of a European cousin in Aussie clothing. It's like the car decided to go on a world tour before settling into its Aussie roots. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The countdown is almost up. Don't leave me hanging. Choose your ride before it's too late. Oh wow! What a matchup! The Ferrari 288 GTO from 1985 is a classic powerhouse built for speed and style. But we can't forget about the Porsche 911 Carrera ASR from 1993, which is renowned for its agility and handling. If it's a race on Eastern Creek Druid, I'd say the Ferrari has a slight edge in raw power, but the Porsche might give it a run for its money with its cornering skills. If I had to pick a winner based on the cars and the track, I'd lean a tiny bit toward the Ferrari because of its legendary speed, but don't count out the Porsche. It could slip past in those tricky turns. We'll see which driver and car come out on top. My money is on the Ferrari for that extra burst of raw power. Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at Eastern Creek Druid. Thomas Moran is starting on pole with his classic 1992 Ford Escort RS Cosworth. Let's see if that vintage charm can hold off the competition. Thomas Moran has taken an early lead, holding the first place. Beats with Kev is right behind in second, trying to keep up. Epic Sugar is in third, but expect some early battles to shake things up. Epic Sugar is climbing to second place. Ovidus is also moving up to third. Beats with Kev and Ovidus are nose to nose for third. Beats with Cave is climbing up to third place. Ovidos and Beats with Kev are nose to nose for that third spot. Maya is also making a move, now in fifth place. Amy just gained one position to sit in fifth place. Lebis 3 and Hot Bolognese are nose to nose for seventh. Hikori Hamzam and Beth Raylene are locked in a close fight for 13th. Lebis 3 just snuck into 7th place. Hikori Hamzam and Beth Raylene are nose to nose for 13th. This race is heating up. Beats with Kev is driving a Ferrari 288 GTO and is currently in third place. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite catching the leader. Hikori Hamsam is driving a 1984 Toyota Corolla. They are currently in 14th place and seem to be holding their position without much drama so far. Plebisri is driving a 1989 TVR Tuscan. They're currently in 8th place, holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Potswords just overtook someone to move into 14th place. Hikari Hamzam and Potswords are nose to tail for that same spot. Let's Go and Red 3 Boy Gaming Studios are swapping positions in a close fight for 18. The Fots 84 and Hikari Hamsam are neck and neck for 15th place. Lotusos and Crystal 33 are also locked in a close fight for 20th. Epic Sugar is making a strong move with the fastest lap, but he's still chasing Thomas Morin at the front. Let's see if he can close the gap in the final lap. Ha! Crystal 33 is racing a 1991 Honda Civic SIR2. They're currently in the 21st spot, and just a fraction behind the leader in their group. Looks like a tight race for them. Potswords is driving a Peugeot 306 Maxi from 1999, which is known for its agility and compact size. Looks like they're struggling a bit, sitting in 15th place and quite a few seconds behind the leaders. Epic Sugar is now in the lead, claiming first place. Potswords has climbed to 13. Potswords and Nox Exodus are nose to nose for 12. Potswords and Nox Exodus are nose to tail for 12th place. Let's Go yes sneaked up one spot to 19. T-Bone is driving a Porsche 944 Turbo from 1988. They're currently in the 10th place and running a decent race, but their lap time is a bit slower than the leaders. Well, look at that. Thomas Morin just took the victory. Guess all those laps paid off. Well done. Wow. Epic Sugar really pulled off an incredible victory. Congratulations. That was some serious racing skills. I guess all that practice in the virtual garage paid off. Can't wait to see what they do next. Sure thing. Did you know that the retro GT500 racing cars often look like they just jumped out of a vintage movie scene? They have this nostalgic charm that makes you think they could be racing through a 60s Hollywood blockbuster. It's like watching a blend of classic style and racing adrenaline all in one. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking down, so if you want to see your favorite car in the race, now's the time to shout it out. Don't let me pick a cheesy one without your input. Hurry up before it's too late. Wow, those are some legendary cars to be racing with. The McLaren F1 GTR from 1995 is definitely a beast. known for its incredible handling and speed. But on the other hand, the Ferrari F40 Competition from 1989 is a pure adrenaline machine, famous for its raw power and aggressive style. If I had to guess, I'd lean towards the McLaren just because of its modern design and tech for a 1995 model. But don't count out the Ferrari because that thing is built for domination on the track. This is going to be a close one. Who do you think will take the win? Alright folks, the Retro GT 500 race is underway at Clark International Speedway. Leading the pack from the pole position is Bedazzler in a classic 1993 Jaguar X J220. Let's see if that vintage beauty can hold off the competition. The race kicks off with the chaotic Weirdo leading the pack, followed closely by Bedazzler in second and Frankenballs in third. Looks like a tight battle already. The Lightning Thief is on a roll, climbing up to 24th place. Bedazzler just snagged the lead, leaving everyone in the dust. Frankenbuzz is right behind, claiming second place. Things are heating up at the front. The Lightning Thief is on the move, climbing up to 21st place after overtaking 3 cars. Apex Milkbag is also making progress, moving up 4 spots to 24th. Nulavi is having a tough time, dropping 19 positions to 29th. Amy just gained 1 spot to take 5th place. Equinox to 1 Amy are nose-to-nose for 5th. Nyala Totepnani 8 and Justin Gilks are locked in a close fight for 8th. Athena CNC and Maya are nose-to-tail for 11th place. Ashtuhio Aga is climbing up to 16th. Tyler is also moving up to 17th. Maya is now in 10th place, climbing up 1 spot. Gabitha Minimac and Dralitsko are still neck and neck for 22nd. HP Lootcraft has also gained 1 position, now in 25th. The Chaotic Weirdo is sneaking into 2nd place. Amy is chipping away at Fivenzerogai, closing the gap by over a second. Justin Gilks is climbing up to 7th, making moves. Athena CNC is on a roll, climbing 4 places now. JD Anburn just nudged into 7th. Oxwell is inching closer to the top 12. Nyalatotep 98 is really making a statement by dropping 14 places. The Chaotic Weirdo and Bedazzler are nose-to-nose at the front, keeping it interesting. Athena CNC is climbing up 1 spot, eyeing the top 10. Frankenbuzz is climbing up to 2nd place. Gabitha Minimac is making a move to 19th. Der Let's Go is inching into 21st. Gabitha Minimac is closing in on Cuefo, cutting the gap by 140 seconds. They are locked in a tight battle for 18th place. Drelecko has moved up one spot to take 20th. Athena CNC is closing in on JD Anburn, cutting the gap by over a second. Gabitha Minimac has climbed 2 spots to 17. Drelecko has moved up 1 spot to 19. Equinoxuos is making a bold move up to 3rd place. Frankenbals has claimed the lead. Decahotiquerdo is now in 2nd. The race is heating up. Budatsirar is having a rough time dropping back to 12th place. Evenserogai is climbing up to 4th place. JD Anburn is making a move into 5th. Maya is now in 7th place, closing the gap. Athena CNC is in 6th, and Amy has claimed 5th. The race is heating up. Apex Milk Bag is on the rise, now in the top 20. HP Lootcraft is right behind, also climbing fast. Budatsuro is losing ground, dropping down the order. Apex Milkbag and Amundsen are nose-to-nose for the 18th spot. Budatsuro is chipping away at 2 Pizenda podcast, closing the gap by over 2 seconds. Athena CNC is climbing up to 5th place. Amy and Athena CNC are nose-to-nose for that spot. Gabitha Minimac is chipping away at Tyler's lead, now just 1.4 seconds behind. Wow, Frankenbelts took the checkered flag. Looks like all those laps paid off. Nice job. Wow, Frankenbalds took the victory. Awesome job. That was some impressive driving. Looks like all that practice paid off. Can't wait to see what you do next in the race. Great work. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd probably go with the 1995 Lola T9500. It's the most recent of the bunch and likely has some aerodynamic tricks up its sleeve for those high-speed corners. The Penske and Reynard are solid contenders too, but I think the Lola's design might just give it a slight edge on a super speedway where every mile per hour counts. Alright, this is quite the classic showdown. TPKA with the Lola T950. A car that's got some vintage charm, but maybe not the latest tech, while Unstable is rolling with the Reynard 95i, which is known for its agility and sharp handling. Given that Talladega is all about speed and drafting, I'd lean slightly towards Unstable. The Reynard's agility could give it an edge in those high-banked turns and high-speed straights. But let's not count out TPKA's Lola. Sometimes old school just means it's got a bit more character. My bet goes to Unstable, but this race could surprise us all. Alright everyone, the race just kicked off at Talladega Superspeedway. Up front, we have a Cironi in a 1995 Penske PC23. Starting on pole. Buckle up, it's going to be a wild ride. Taknasty has shot off the line and taken the lead. Cironi is holding strong in second place. Samun is right behind in third, trying to find a way past. Cironi and Taknasty are nose to nose for the lead. Samun and Cironi are locked in a fierce duel for second place. Toadette the Kitty and Samun are battling hard for third. Toadette the Kitty is climbing up to third place. Shekamaru has moved up to 7th. The Liskopine is now 15. The Liskopine and Yesman 196 are nose to nose for 14th. Kakrishk is climbing up to 7th place. JD Ambern is making a move to 11th. The Liskopine and Yesman 196 are locked in a fierce fight for 14th. Unknown Tactics is gaining fast on Indigo Pete, closing the gap by 6.6 seconds. Taknasty is inching closer to Smurf 20, shaving off 1 second. Cironi is catching Taknasty, closing the gap by 3.5 seconds. Looks like Cironi and Taknasty are about to have a showdown for the top spot. Cironi just overtook someone to take the lead. Taknasty and Cironi are nose to nose at the front. Toadette the Kitty and Taknasty are locked in a close fight for second place. Taknasty and Cironi are nose to tail for the lead. Athena CNC just gained 1 spot and is now in 4th. Samun and Athena CNC are also fighting hard for 4th place. Taknasty and Cironi are nose to tail for the lead. Samun just gained 1 spot and is now in 4th place. Athena CNC and Samun are battling hard for 4th position. Taknasty just overtook someone to take the lead. Cironi is right behind him, so this could get interesting. Athena CNC is climbing up to 4th, closing the gap. Cironi just overtook someone to take the lead. Taknasty and Cironi are nose to nose for 1st place. Toadette the Kitty and Taknasty are also battling fiercely for 2nd. Taknasty is holding on to the lead, but Aceroni is right on his tail. Toadette the kitty and Taknasty are battling fiercely for second place. Atina CNC and Salmon are locked in a close fight for fourth. Toadette the kitty just climbed to second place. Looks like she's got her eyes on the top spot now. Toadette the kitty and Aceroni are nose to nose for first. Taknasty and Toadette the kitty are also battling hard for second. Things are heating up. Taknasty just moved up one spot to take second place. Taknasty and Aceroni are nose to nose fighting for the lead. Toadette the kitty and Taknasty are also locked in a close duel for second. Wow, Aceroni took the win, huh? Amazing job. I guess all that practice finally paid off. Congratulations, you've officially earned the crown today. Wow, Aceroni took the checkered flag. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Well done. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and maneuverability, because Lakeside Park has tight corners and quick chicanes. You want a car that can take sharp turns without losing speed or grip. Acceleration is also important to make the most of the straights. But the real challenge is staying composed through those tricky bends. A balance between control and speed would be my top priority for this race. Alright everyone, you better make up your minds because the clock is ticking, and the cars are getting ready to race without your input. Don't leave me hanging here with just my terrible commentary. Pick your favorite before time runs out. Alright, so we've got Cloudy in a 2015 Mercedes-Benz A45 AMG, and Frank Werdy in a 2016 Porsche 718. Cayman S, both are solid cars, but they're pretty different creatures. The Mercedes is known for its turbocharged power and quick acceleration, especially in a smaller hatchback body. The Porsche, on the other hand, is a bit more refined, with that classic sports car handling and balance. In a race at Lakeside Park, it could go either way depending on the track layout. If it's a short, twisty course, I'd give a slight edge to the Porsche for its handling finesse. But if it's more about raw speed and quick starts, the Mercedes might take the lead early on. Honestly, I'd lean towards the Porsche for that sharp cornering and agility. But hey, this is AI racing, so expect the unexpected. Who do you guys think will come out on top? Alright folks, the race is kicking off at Lakeside Park. Leading the pack is Amundsen in his vintage 29 BMW M3. So he's starting from pole position. Looks like the slow but steady crew is ready to give us some surprises today. Maya is dropping back to 21st place. Amy is storming up to 4th. TPKA is climbing to 19th after overtaking 4 cars. Your Instinct is now in 4th place, climbing 2 spots. Amy and Your Instinct are still neck and neck for that 4th spot. Kamagirl has moved up 1 position to take 6th. Xumagirl and Amy are battling it out for 5th place. TPKA is on the rise, climbing 4 spots to get to 16. Kamagirl is gaining ground, moving 2 places up to 4th. The battle for 3rd is heating up with K-Zoomer Girl and Dr. Monkey 13 neck and neck. K-Zoomer Girl just overtook someone and is now in 3rd place. Sadamoji James is also climbing up 1 spot to 7. Agri 34 and Elicitone 1095 are nose to nose for 10th place. Looks like a close finish coming up. Xuma Girl is climbing fast to take the lead. Sadamoji James is making a move into the top 6. Naibe is inching closer to the top 7. Race heating up nicely. Kickass Lady X3 is climbing up to 10th place. Henfatig is also moving up to 14. Henfatig and Elicitone 1095 are nose to nose for 13. Aminsan just snuck into the lead, taking the top spot. Mariako Bleich is right behind, climbing up to 2nd. Dr. Monkey 13 is also on the move, grabbing 3rd. Looks like a tight battle at the front. Agreed 34 is on a roll, climbing to 6th place. Naibe's closing in fast, cutting the gap by over 12 seconds. Swell placed V is making a move, jumping 3 spots to 12. Kickass Lady X3 and Naibe are neck and neck for 7th place. Swell placed EV is climbing up to 11th. Platinumera and Swell placed EV are fighting hard for the 11th spot. Kickass Lady X3 and Naibe are nose to nose for 7th place. Swell placed V just climbed into 10th. Cloudy is inching up to 14. Cloudy and Henfatig are locked in a close fight for 13th. Sadamoji James is climbing fast into 3rd place. Acrates 34 is closing the gap on Your Instinct, but still a bit behind. Kickass Lady X3 is making a move up to 7. Katsuma Girl is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 14. Kickass Lady X3 just nudged up 1 to 6. Swell placed V and Naibe are nose to tail for 8th place. Looks like a tight squeeze. Xuma Girl is on a roll, climbing 3 places to 11. Kickass Lady X3 is closing in on Your Instinct fast, cutting the gap by over a second. Swell Play SVD just moved up 1 spot to 8. Kickass Lady X3 and Your Instinct are nose to tail for 5th place. Well-placed EV and Agreds 34 are fighting hard for 7. Highmice has gained 1 spot and is now in 11. Kickass Lady X3 is climbing to 5th place. Well-placed E is now in 7th. Platinumera has moved up to 11. Gigaslady X3 is gaining on Dr. Monkey 13, closing the gap to just over a second. Katsuma Girl and Franquetti are nose to nose for the 14th spot. Maya is catching up to Kazuma Girl, shrinking the distance by a significant 1.5 seconds. Katsuma Girl is on the move, overtaking 3 cars to reach 12th place. Your Instinct is gaining on Kickass Lady X3, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Platinumera is inching closer to Amy, narrowing the distance by 1.3 seconds. Kendall is really having a rough time, dropping 9 places to 21st. Well-placed V is climbing steadily up to 6th. Well-placed V and Kickass Lady X3 are nose-to-nose fighting for 5th place. Wow, Amin-san just won the race. Looks like they're really good at this whole winning thing. Congratulations! Wow, congratulations to Amin-san for winning the race. Looks like all that AI precision paid off. Great job. Here's a fun fact about the 1938 Mercedes-Benz W154. It was actually designed to be a super lightweight racing car, with a body that was just a little over 1,300 pounds. That's incredibly light for a car with such huge power, making it a real speed demon on the racing circuits of its time. And it's no surprise that it dominated many races back in the day, showing that sometimes less really is more. Ooh, this is a classic showdown. The 1937 Auto Union Type C is known for its super advanced engineering for its time, especially with its mid-engine layout. It's a real speed demon on straightaways, and has that sleek, aggressive look. On the other hand, the 1938 Maserati 8CTF has that vintage charm, and a reputation for being a powerful contender, with good handling on curves, if the AI drivers remember that part of the strategy. Given Daytona Beach's mix of long, straight sections and some tricky turns, I'd lean slightly towards the Auto Union because its design favors speed on those open stretches. But the Maserati could surprise us on the corners. Ultimately, I think Van 1857's Auto Union might edge out in the lead. But RAF 92's Maserati isn't about to give up easily. It's going to be a fun race to watch. Alright folks, the race at Daytona Beach is underway. Indigo Paya is leading the pack, starting on pole behind the wheel of a classy 1938 Maserati 8CTF. Let's see if that vintage charm can hold up against the modern chaos. Indigo Paya has shot off the line to take the lead. Eliciton 1095 is right behind in second place. Bees McKee is holding strong in third, but expect some early battles to shake things up. Chelsea is on the rise, climbing 3 spots to 8th place. La Grenton Chunter is also making moves, grabbing 3 positions to 10th. Figueroa Sport is not far behind, advancing 3 places to 12th. The race is heating up. Elisitona 1095 is now in first place. The Hyper 7 has climbed to second. Quiz 44 is in third. Looks like a tight race at the top. Equinox Duo is climbing fast into 4th place. Indigo Pate is right behind, still battling for that spot. Tokido Kibre is making a move, now in 6th place. Nahokaos is on a roll, climbing up to 8th place after overtaking 4 cars. Chelsea is making moves too, now in 11th after passing 3 Doidyula. Master Tigam 9000 is gaining ground as well, now in 21st after overtaking 3 cars. Figueroa Sport is making a strong move up to 9th place. The Betty White Show is closing in on the top 10. Rex and Sarah is charging through the field, now in 12th place after overtaking 11 cars. Maya is climbing fast, now in 15th place. Gamaster Tigamanine 1000 is also on the move, now in 20th. Sukstarkat is catching up, now in 22nd. Quiz 44 just overtook for the lead, now in 1st place. Eliciton 1095, and Quiz 44 still neck and neck at the front. Figueroa Sport is gaining on Indigo Pete, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Indigo Pate is on a roll, climbing 4 spots to get into 4th place. Figueroa Sport is also making moves, jumping 3 places to 5th. The Betty White Show is on a tear, overtaking 5 cars to land in 6th. Things are heating up behind the leaders. Screwjump is on a rampage, moving up to 3rd place. Takido Kibre is closing in fast to take 5th. Nahokaos is making a solid push to 6th. Figueroa Sport is making a bold move to 1st place. Indigo Pate is hot on their heels, also climbing through the pack. The Betty White Show is not far behind, showing some serious determination. Next, Abigail Killams is on a roll, climbing 9 places to 10. Vagrantanchanta is also making moves, overtaking 11 cars to settle in 12. Sukstakat is gaining ground, passing 7 cars to reach 13. Okinabaka is on a roll, climbing to 14th place. Iana Priest is right behind, also making a move to 15. The Chaotic Weirdo is not to be left out, pushing to 16. Looks like a tight battle for the middle. Naiba is on a roll, climbing 4 spots to 20. Inisitolan 95 is doing the same, now 21. Tokidokibre also making moves, now 22. The race is heating up. Maya is holding steady in the lead. Amy is now in 2nd place, closing the gap. Yama Priest is making a strong move, now in 3rd. Beyond Two Dark Souls is dropping back, now in 18th. The race is heating up with some impressive overtakes. Wow! Figure 8 Sport took the checkered flag. Looks like all those laps paid off. Congrats on the win, champ! Wow! Congratulations to Figure 8 Sport. They really showed us how it's done. Looks like all those hours practicing paid off. Great job leading the pack and finishing at the top. Can't wait to see what they do in the next race. Here's a fun fact about the 1954 Mercedes-Benz 300 SL. It was one of the first cars to feature gull-wing doors, which made it look like it was ready to take off into the sky. Plus, those doors weren't just stylish, they also helped with aerodynamics and weight reduction. It's like the car was designed to turn heads even when parked. Alright folks, the clock is ticking. Make your final picks before the time runs out. Don't leave me here talking to myself while the cars race without your input. Oh wow, this is quite the throwback race. Princess Wildface is steering a classic 1951 Ferrari 212 X Sport, which is known for its elegance and speed in its day. On the other hand, Hikari Hamzam is in a 1974 Ford Gran Torino, a muscle car with some serious attitude and power. Given the track and cars involved, I'd say the Ferrari might have the edge in agility and finesse, but the Gran Torino's raw muscle could give it a surprising advantage in straight-line acceleration. My gut says the Ferrari might just edge out the Torino in the tight corners thanks to its lighter, more nimble design. But don't count out the muscle car crushing the competition on the straight. Should be a fun race to see who takes the prize. Alright everyone, the race is underway and Odurin with vintage street cars. Zademoji Jamis is starting on pole in a classic 1970 Porsche 914.6. Let's see if that vintage charm can hold off the competition. Zademoji Jamis has shot off the line to take the lead, with Kickass Lady X3 right behind in second. Amy is holding strong in third, but don't count out anyone just yet. Kickass Lady X3 just took the lead from Zademoji Jamis. They are now battling side by side for the top spot. Princess Wildface is closing in, moving up to third place. Ozud View and 2 is on a tear, climbing 3 spots to 7th place. Tsumagil is not far behind, moving up 2 spots to 9. Its Bumblebee is also gaining ground, advancing 2 spots to 11. It's Bumblebee just nudging ahead of the other racer for 11th place. Looks like they're in a close fight. No room for mistakes. Naiba is driving a 1974 Dodge Monaco, a classic full-size sedan known for its big engine and smooth ride. Looks like they're stuck in the back, probably just enjoying the scenery and hoping for a miracle. Princess Wildface is climbing to 2nd place. Zademoji Jamis and Princess Wildface are nose to nose for 2nd. Aussie 2 is advancing to 6th. Princess Wildface is holding a slight lead over Hikari Hamzam, but with only 2 laps to go, anything can happen. Aussie 2002 and Maya are nose to tail for 5th place. Naiba is chipping away at Ihavexema's lead, closing in by a second and a half. Aussie 2002 is on a roll, climbing to 3rd place after overtaking 3 cars. Abomzi just moved up 1 spot to 7th, joining Sir Pro 3 in a close fight for that position. Sir Pro 3 and Abomzi are nose to tail for 7th place. Yaboy Rwanda is climbing up to 12th, trying to break into the pack. Someone and Yaboy Rwanda are locked in a close fight for 12th. Aussie Wotan 2 just overtook someone to take 2nd place. Sir Pro 3 is climbing up to 8. The racer moving up to 12th must be making a move. The tight corners at Ano Durin are definitely shaking up the order, making overtakes tricky, but rewarding for the bold. Zademorji Janis is leading in a 1970 Porsche 914 6.0. Looks like they're holding a solid position, but with everyone so close it's anyone's race. Abumzi is driving a vintage Alfa Romeo Giulia TZ, a classic lightweight racer known for agility. They're currently in 8th place, so they're holding steady but not quite challenging the leaders yet. Ihava Exema is now in 12th place. Yabui Rwanda has moved into 13th. Looks like they're both climbing up a spot each. Abomzi just overtook someone to climb into 7th place. Sir Prothri and Abomzi are nose to tail fighting for that same spot. Yaboy Rwanda is making a move, climbing into 12th. Aussie Walthal. N2 is gaining on Kickus Lady X3, closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Abomzi is catching up to Maya, closing the distance by 1.2 seconds. Hikori Hamzam just moved up one spot to take 8th place. Hikori Hamzam just overtook Abomzi and now sits in 7th place. They're nose to tail, so this could get interesting soon. Abomzi just overtook Hikori Hamzam for 7th place. They're nose to tail, so this could get interesting soon. Abomzi just overtook someone to move into 6th place. Maya and Abomzi are nose to nose for that position. Kloimler is closing in on the top 10, moving up one spot. Maya is currently in 8th place with a 1954 Jaguar XK 120. Her fastest lap is 2:11.140. The race looks tight with a few cars close behind. The tight corners are favoring the vintage street cars with better handling like the Mercedes and Ferrari. The longer straight seem to be benefiting the faster cars like the Porsche and Ford Gran Torino. Abomzi and Amy are nose to tail for 5th place. Its Bumblebee just overtook a car to climb into 10th. Sir Prothri and its Bumblebee are battling hard for 10th spot. Abomzi is climbing up to 5th place. Katsuma Girl and Hikori Hamzam are nose to nose for 8th. Its Bumblebee is gaining on Kazuma Girl, closing the gap by over a second. Aussie Lieutenant 2 is leading and has the fastest lap, so he's definitely the one to beat right now. Katsuma Girl just moved up one spot to take 8th place. Hikori Hamzam and Kazuma Girl are nose to tail, battling for 8th. This race just got interesting at the back. Abomzi just overtook someone to move into 4th place. Zademoji Jamis and Abomzi are nose to nose for that 4th spot. Hikori Hamzam and Kazuma Girl are locked in a close fight for 8th. Wow! Kickus Lady X3 really showed everyone how it's done. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Kickass Lady X3 really shows how it's done. Congratulations on winning the race, you deserve it. Looks like all the AI training paid off. A fun fact about the 1980s slow cars racing class is that even though they might have been modest in speed, they often made up for it with creativity and charm. Imagine tiny engines roaring like they were trying to compete with the giants on the track. It was like watching a bunch of underdog heroes give it their all, proving that sometimes in racing, it's not just about speed but also about heart and attitude. Plus, some of these cars are now considered vintage treasures, making every lap a walk down memory lane. Hey everyone, the countdown's almost up. Make sure to pick your favorite car before time runs out. Don't miss your chance to see which one dominates the race. Well, this is a classic case of vintage versus vintage, isn't it? The Fiat Uno from 1983 is lightweight and nimble, probably good at weaving through tight spots. But the Volkswagen Golf GTI from 1980 is a legend for its sporty handling and solid build. I'd say the Golf GTI might have a slight edge here, especially on a street circuit where agility and control are key. Still, you never know with AI. It might surprise us all and go for a dramatic underdog finish. Let's keep our eyes on those curves. Alright folks, Husky Hog is on pole with the classic 1983 Toyota AE86. So let's see if those vintage vibes can beat the newer rivals. The race is underway at the Chicago Street Circuit. Buckle up! Husky Hawk has taken the lead right out of the gate. Liam is holding strong in second place, and Mystic is hanging on in third. Looks like a tight battle for the top spots already. Stephen Brinkley is making a nice climb up to 17th place after overtaking 3 cars. Liam and Husky Hawk are locked in a close fight for the lead. Nonstop and Liam are also battling hard for second place. Mr. Wolf J just gained 1 spot and is now in 4th place. Amy and Mr. Wolf J are nose to tail fighting for 4th. Latinumera is climbing 2 spots and is now in 9th. Maya is closing in on the pack, trying to find a way past. Mr. Wolf J and Amy are still neck and neck for 4th place. Looks like a game of patience. Acorn is making a move, climbing up to 11th, but still a long way to go. Mr. Wolf J just sneaked into the top 4. Kyroscope is chipping away at Indigo Pete, closing the gap by 2.1 seconds. Looks like a battle brewing. Bildi and Amy are neck and neck for 5th place. Acorn and King Malcolmworks are locked in a close fight for 10th. Inigo Patey is climbing up the field. Just gained 1 spot to move into 17th. Yitsil Gaming is driving a DeLorean, which is quite the time traveler in this race. They're currently in the 10th spot, so they're not exactly racing through the past or future just yet. King Malcolmworks is climbing to 9th place. Lockjun 7 is advancing to 15th. Cheryl Netsurosis and Lockjun 7 are nose to nose for 15th. Kyroscope just overtook Indigopathy for 17th place. They are now nose to tail. Looks like a close fight for that spot. The tight streets are making overtakes tricky, so staying consistent is key. No one's really pulling away yet, but the narrow corners could shake things up soon. Amy is driving a 1978 Saab and 99 Turbo and is currently in 6th place. Looks like she's holding her own among the turbocharged legends. Vilthiodkai and Amy are nose to tail for 5th place. Kyroscope just gained 1 spot and is now in 16th. Cheru Menceroses and Kyroscope are battling hard for 16th. King Malcolmworks and Rikoharuji are nose to nose for 8th place. Lockjun 7 just gained a spot and is now in 14th. King Malcolmworks and Rikoharuji are nose to nose for 8th place. Kyroscope and Big Old Nerd are locked in a close fight for 15th. Nistek is closing in on Liam and has cut the gap by 1.5 seconds. Inigo Patey just moved up 1 spot to take 17th place. Cheryl Menceroses and Indigopathy are now nose to nose fighting for 17th. Platnumera is climbing up 1 spot to 9th place. King Malcolmworks and Platnumera are neck and neck for that position. Cheryl Netsurosis is also making progress, moving up 1 spot to 17th. King Malcolm X just gained a spot and is now in 9th place. Cherumitse Roses also moved up 1 position and is now in 16th place. Mr. Wolf J just overtook someone to move into 3rd place. Nestek and Mr. Wolf J are nose to nose for that 3rd spot. Stephen Brinkley and Indigo Pete are still locked in a close fight for 18th. Nestek is climbing up to 3rd place. Lockjun 7 is catching Lithocarp quickly, closing the gap by almost 2 seconds. Jitsul Gaming is driving a 1983 DMC DeLorean, which is quite the iconic choice. They're currently in the 12th place, so they're making some moves but still have some ground to cover. Nestek is climbing up to 2nd place. Liam and Nestek are nose to nose for 2nd. King Malcolm X is advancing to 8th. Maya is now in 6th place, climbing 1 spot. Amy has advanced 2 positions to secure 4th. Reko Haru G moves up 1 spot into 8th. Liam and Amy are nose to nose for 3rd place. Kyroscope just snuck up 2 spots to 14th. Cheryl and May Roses and Big Gold Nerd are locked in a close fight for 16th. Mr. Wolf J just overtook someone to move into 4th place. Bill the Old Guy is climbing up to 6th. Reko Haruji is closing the gap on me, cutting it down by over a second. Baycorn just overtook someone to move into 9th place. Jeet Silgaming is climbing up to 11th. Jeet Silgaming and King Malcolm X are nose to nose for 10th. Mr. Wolf J is now in 3rd place. Bill Tioka is gaining on Amy and is 1.6 seconds behind. Kyroscope is catching up to Lithocarp and is 1.1 seconds away. Baycorn is climbing 1 spot to 8th place. Platnumera is also moving up 1 spot to 11th. Platnumera and King Malcolm X are nose to nose for 10th place. Nestek is closing in on Husky Hog, cutting the gap by 1 second. Amy is climbing up to 4th place. King Malcolm X is moving into 10th place. Baycorn is driving a 1983 Toyota E86, currently in 8th place. Their best lap is 3.897, which is the fastest among the 86. Looks like they're making a solid push forward. Congratulations to Husky Hog on winning the race at Chicago Street. Target ... Looks like they really hogged the spotlight today. Well done. Wow! Husky Hog really drove that car like they stole it. Huge congrats on the win! You've definitely earned that shiny trophy. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd go with the 1958 Maserati 250F. It's got the vintage charm but also a solid racing pedigree. The others are impressive, but that Maserati was built for racing, and has a bit of that timeless appeal that could give it an edge. Plus, I imagine it looked pretty great tearing through the streets of Sydney. Alright, with such limited info it's a bit like picking a favorite based on a coin flip. But here we go. Adenut 44 doesn't have much to go on, so they could surprise us or just drift into obscurity. Ye 100 has tried their luck once and didn't take the checkered flag. And with a rank of 61, they are definitely not a seasoned pro. Though it's probably safe to lean toward Adenut 44, just because they're more of a mystery. And mystery can sometimes turn into an unexpected victory. But honestly, at the Sydney Homebush Street Circuit with these classic cars, anything can happen. The cars are beautiful, but it's all about who can keep it together on that tight, tricky track. Who are you betting on? Alright everyone, the race kicks off at the Sydney Homebush Street Circuit. Adenut 44 is on pole, piloting a stunning 1958 Maserati 250F. Looks like we're in for a classic showdown. Adenut 44 is leading the race. Ye 100 is right behind in second, and Jonas Guteliads is holding on to third. Looks like a tight start so far. Abomzi and Juno Gotelids are still nose to tail for third place. Maya just gained one spot and is now in sixth. Wangtis Tapsumbongzags and Maya are battling hard for fifth. Looks like a close one. Wangtai Yapsumbongs is now in fifth place, closing the gap with Maya Doda. The battle for fifth is heating up. Druofals has climbed to 15th, making some progress. Maya is now in fifth place, closing in on the leaders. Wani Tapsumbong 6 and Maya are still battling fiercely for fifth. Basic Nizardvu has moved up to 15th, making a little progress. Wendy Tapsumbongkex just overtook a car and is now in fifth place. LXAXEJX is right behind in sixth, and Maya is closing the gap. Looks like a fun little scrap for sixth. Maya is closing in on the pack, trying to find a way past. Mr. Wolf J and Amy are nose to tail. No room for error. Drew or Faust is inching closer to the top 15, making moves. A Bumsy is driving a 1960 Scarab Indy, a classic that's holding steady in 4th place. Looks like they're keeping it smooth but not making any daring moves yet. Yvonne 100 is driving a 1958 Maserati 250F. They are currently in 2nd place and seem to be holding a steady pace behind the leader. Drew Erfausis is driving a 1958 Maserati 250F with a 3.5-liter engine. They are currently in the middle of the pack, in 16th place, and seem to be holding steady without any major moves so far. Amy just overtook Unstable, and now they are side by side for 12th place. Looks like Amy is trying to make a move on Unstable. The classic IndyCar cars are evenly matched, but the tight street circuit is probably making overtakes tricky. Expect some close battles, and maybe a few surprises if the track bites. Crazy Sweet Butt is driving a 1958 Maserati 250F. They're currently in 10th place, and their fastest lap is a 150.764. Looks like a steady race, but not quite enough to challenge the top. Basin Izartu is on a roll, climbing 8 places to 13. Crazy Sweet Butt is losing ground, dropping 8 spots to 18. Yunus Gottlieb is inching closer to the front, moving up 1 to 2nd. Crazy Sweet Butt is on a tear, overtaking 17 cars to take the lead. Adonut 44 is right behind, and they're locked in a fierce battle for the top spot. Yunus Gottlieb is now in 1st place. Abomzi has moved into 2nd. Yvonne 100 has climbed into 4th. The top 3 are shaping up nicely. Alex Akeliax is on fire, climbing 3 spots to 3rd place. Adonut 44 is dropping like a stone, down 10 places to 13th. Yvonne 100 is also having a rough time, falling 11 spots to 15th. Well, look at that. Yunus Gottlieb just took the checkered flag. Nice job staying ahead and making it look easy. Clearly, they know how to lead the pack. Well done. Wow, congratulations to Juna Gottlieb for taking the win. That was an impressive race. And Amy? You did the most overtakes? That's quite the feat. You get to claim the 1952 Kuzma Afi, a true classic. Enjoy your new ride. Sure thing. Did you know that the Los Arcos Rallycross track has a section where drivers have to dodge a bunch of hay bales that sometimes seem to be more of a decoration than a barrier? It's like the track is saying, hey, focus on not hitting those bales, and you'll be fine. It's definitely one of the quirkiest features that makes watching these races even more fun. Alright, this is quite the blast from the past versus a more modern classic. The Lancia Delta HF Integral is renowned for its rallying prowess and handling, especially on tricky terrain like Los Arcos. On the other hand, the Audi Sport Quattro S1 E2 is a beast with legendary rally capabilities, but might struggle a little with the agility compared to the Delta. Given the track and the cars, I'd say the Lancia might have a slight edge because of its balance and rally heritage. But hey, the Quattro's raw power could shake things up if it manages to stay on track. My bet? I'm rooting for the Lancia, but this is going to be a close one. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Los Arcos Rallycross. Naiba is starting in pole position, driving a classic 1985 MG Metro 6 R4. Looks like a nostalgic blast from the past to kick things off. Lamborghini Tuba has taken an early lead, followed closely by Naiba. I am in third place, just hanging on. Let's see if I can hold on to that spot. Maya is now in second place, closing in on the leader. Schmerzenleber has climbed to 8th, but Matrixko and Schmerzenleber nose to nose for 7th. Screwchamp is on a roll, climbing to 3rd place after overtaking 3 cars. Princess Wildface is making moves too, jumping up to 11th after passing 3 cars. Naiba is having a rough time, dropping 10 positions to 13. Schmerzenleib is climbing to 5th place. Anarchizix is now in 7th. Dayacekatsi Rogerts has moved into 8th. Looks like the race is heating up. Maya is now in 1st place. Screwchamp is gaining on Lamborghini too, closing the gap by 3 seconds. Schmerzenleib has moved up to 4th place. Nexa Romaval and DTCKB Sierrogirds are nose to tail for 6th place. Princess Wildface is climbing into the top 12. Matrixco is driving a Renault 5 Turbo from 1982. They are currently in 10th place and seem to be struggling with the pace, given their fastest lap is almost a full second slower than the leader. DCKK just overtook someone to take 5th place. Princess Wildface is climbing up to 10th. Amy and Princess Wildface are nose to nose for 10th place. Maya is holding steady in the top 5. Unistix is right behind Princess Wildface, closing in fast. No overtakes yet, but the tension is building. Wow, Maya, you really outpaced everyone. Looks like the race was just a warm-up for your winning streak. Well done. Congratulations, Maya. You absolutely crushed that race. Well-earned victory. And since you won the bet race, you get to claim the classic 1993 Lancia Delta HF Integral from Group B Yachts. Quite a prize for your racing skills. Enjoy your new car. Sure! Did you know that the 2017 Renault RS17 was designed specifically for Formula One racing and had a turbocharged 1.6-liter V6 engine? It's basically a rocket on wheels built for speed and precision. It's like the Swiss Army knife of racing cars. Sleek, powerful, and packed with technology, making it a real contender on the track. Alright, so we've got Evolution 954 in a Ferrari and Unclearly Gaming in a Sauber. The Ferrari is known for its speed and agility, especially around tight corners, so I'd say Evolution 954 has the edge there. The Sauber might be a bit more steady, but in a race like this, raw speed usually wins out. I'd place my bets on the Ferrari taking the lead, and possibly finishing in first or second. Unless Unclearly pulls off some unexpected magic. Who are you guys rooting for? Alright folks, the race kicks off at Circuit Paul Armagnac. Lisa Shibi is sitting pretty at the front, driving a 2017 Sauber C36 Caleste. Let's see if she can hold on to that pole position. H2 Hove has shot off the line to take the lead. Lisa Hashibi is holding strong in second, and I've managed to hold on to third for now. Let's see if anyone can challenge us early. Lisa Shibi just overtook to take the lead. Leozel is now in 5th after climbing 1 spot. Iconic Odd and Caffeinated Car are nose to nose for 7th place. Looks like a close fight. My car is holding steady in 7th place. Clearly Gaming is now in 10th place after gaining 2 spots. Amy is just ahead in 9th place, and they're battling closely. Connor Mality and someone are nose to nose for 11th place. Red Panda Maninity 4 is climbing 2 spots to 16th. Kozengskos is driving a Force India VJM10. Their race looks pretty rough, sitting in 19th place and a bit behind the pack. Evolution 9. Antonin 54 is driving a Ferrari SH70H. They're currently in the 15th place, just behind the McLaren and Force India teammate. Looks like a steady climb, or at least trying to catch up. Evolution 954 and Platni Umera are nose to tail for the 13th place. Brando Booster is climbing up 1 spot to take the 16th place. Red Panda Man T4 and Brando Buster are locked in a close fight for the 16th spot. Caffeinated Car and James Mayo are nose to tail for 6th place. That's Altizarena just climbed 1 spot to 18. Direna and Red Panda Minity 4 are locked in a close fight for 17. Figure to Sport is driving a Soba C36 and is currently in the 16th position. Their fastest lap is just over a minute and 14 seconds. Looks like they're struggling to find pace today. Raul Divzarov is driving a Renault RS17 and is currently in the 8th place, just behind some of the faster cars. Looks like they're hanging in there but not making much progress. Caffeinated Car is driving a Sauber C36 and is currently in 7th place. Their race looks steady but not quite enough to challenge the top contenders yet. Figurete Sport and Platnumera are nose to tail for the 13th spot. Brando Booster and Evolution 954 are also locked in a close fight for 15th. Brando Booster is driving a Renault RS17, which is known for its balanced handling and decent speed. They're currently in the middle of the pack, just behind the top 10, and their lap time suggests they're holding steady but not making big moves. James Mayo is chipping away at Lee Russel's lead, closing the gap by 130 seconds. Amy is climbing up 1 spot to secure 8th place. Raul Divzarov and Thatsalti Serena are locked in a fierce duel for 18th. Lisa Shibi is comfortably leading and has the fastest lap, so it looks like she's in control unless she makes a mistake. Brando Booster is holding off Evolution in 154 by a car length. TPKPA and Raul Divzarov are nose to tail for the last few spots. Caffeinated Car and James Mayo are neck and neck for 6th place. Figure Sport is chopping down the gap to Connor Mality by a full second. Brand Busta just climbed one spot to land in 15th. Rusnapalm 6 is driving a Williams FW40, starting from the 5th position. They're currently in 4th, so they've gained a spot. Their fastest lap is 1:11.605, which shows they're pushing but not quite matching the leaders. Looks like a steady race for now. Well, look at that. Lisa Shibi just took the checkered flag. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Lisa Shibi totally crushed it. Great job winning the race. You must be enjoying those shiny victory laps. Well deserved. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd probably go with the 1999 Dodge Viper GTS. ACR. It's known for its raw power and aggressive handling, which seems perfect for a circuit like Fort Wayne Road. Plus, I have a feeling that in a race of AI cars, that kind of brute strength might just give it the edge. Although the Porsche 911 Turbos and the Lotus Exige could give it a run for its money with their agility and speed. But I'll stick with the Viper for that extra touch of American muscle. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's your chance. The clock's ticking down faster than a snail on a treadmill. Get your choices in before it's too late, or you'll be stuck with whatever the AI decides for you. Hurry up and make those picks. Well, this is quite a matchup. On one hand, we have Shattered Pixel with that beefed up Nissan 370Z Nismo. Pretty much a modern muscle car streamlining power and agility. On the other, Aussie 2002 in a classic Renault Clio Williams, an icon of lightweight, nimble handling, but definitely not built for straight line speed. I'd give the edge to Shattered Pixel. The Nissan's got a more powerful engine and likely better aerodynamics. But hey, don't count out Aussie 2010 just yet. The Clio Williams is famous for its agility and handling, especially on twisty circuit. It might just pull off some sneaky moves and surprise us all. So I'm betting on the Nissan to take the win, but I wouldn't be shocked if the little Renault caused a few surprises along the way. Alright folks, it's the 1997 Audi S4 leading the pack from pole at Fort Wayne Road Circuit. Classic move showing the young guns how it's done. Let's see if it can hold on. The race kicks off with someone leading. H2 Hova in second, and 5 and 0 guy holding third. Looks like a close battle already. Catgirl TM is on a roll, climbing to 6th place. Reinecke is right behind, also making moves to 8. Lilac is making a big push, overtaking 5 cars to reach 15th. Catgirl TM advances to 5th place. Reinecke climbs to 7th. Ashingara said approaches. A new season tornado. After knock and the cannot the copdote. Rob Swizzle makes a 2-position jump to 8. Dirok Official is on a roll climbing to 11th place. Gravy Graves is making a move to 15. Cap Holster is catching up to 20. Things are heating up behind the leaders. Bubote is really taking the scenic route back to the pack now at 30. Reinecke is climbing nicely to 4th place. Rob Sizzle is also making moves up to 6th. Looks like some good battle shaping up. Bubote is on a tier, overtaking 29 cars to take the lead. H2 Hova and Bubote are nose-to-nose for 1st place. Someone and Catgirl TM are locked in a close fight for 3rd. Trash Crashton is on the rise, now in 13th place. Aminsan and Cap Holster also making moves, both climbing 3 spots each. Looks like a busy race at the back. Lilac is on a roll, climbing to 14. Cap Holster is not far behind, sneaking into 15. Amy is making moves now in 21st. Bubote is closing in on the Lightning Thief, cutting the gap by 6.6 seconds. Vodka Morning has climbed 1 spot to take 6th place. Even Surogai and Vodka Monang are nose-to-nose fighting for 6th place. Gravy Graves is really having a rough time dropping back to 29th place. Rob Swizzle is climbing steadily up to 4th. Vodka Monang is closing in fast, reducing the gap by 2/4 seconds, so keep an eye on that chase. Shalesy is on a roll, climbing 10 places to sit in 7th. Amy just gained 1 spot, now in 19th. Maya and Shattered Pixel are nose to tail for 22nd. Lilac is making a charge, climbing 3 spots to 10. Vodka Moneng is gaining ground, moving 2 places forward to 4th. Dirok Official is also on the move, climbing 2 spots to 6th. Cap Holster is on a roll, climbing to 11th place after overtaking 3 cars. Rob Swizzle just moved up 1 spot to 4th. Nave's Boring Life and Fivenzero Guy are locked in a close fight for 8th place. Dirok Official is climbing the 5th place. Lilac is now in 9th. Aminsan and Cap Holster are nose-to-nose fighting for 11th. Holster is on a roll, climbing to 8th place. Amin-san is right behind, also making moves to 9th. Lea Russell is gaining ground, now in 20th. Looks like a busy race for those moving up. Lynn Lilac is dropping like a stone, now in 18th place. Cap Holster is chipping away, closing the gap by over a second and a quarter. Trash Crashton is climbing up, now in 10th place and looking to make a move. Cap Holster is now 7th. Amin-san is closing in, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Amy has moved up to 11th. Dairoke Official is climbing to 4th place. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios is now 15th. Lea Russell has moved up to 18th. Lynn Lilac just blitzed through the field to take 22nd place. Catgirl Tian is narrowing the gap to H2 Hova by a full second. Rob Swizzle is climbing steadily, now in 4th place. Lynn Lilac is dropping like a stone, now in 29th place. Rob Swizzle is climbing steadily, now in 3rd. Reineki and Rob Swizzle are nose-to-tail fighting for 3rd place. Rob Swizzle is closing in on Reineki fast, just 11.6 seconds behind now. Reineki has climbed 2 spots to 2nd place. Dairoke Official has moved up 1 spot into 4th. Congratulations to H2 Hovea on winning the race at Fort Wayne Road Circuit. Looks like they really took the checkered flag with style. Well done. If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the Misano World Circuit, I'd probably go with the 1978 Porsche 93578. It's got that iconic turbocharged racing heritage and a reputation for blistering speeds. Plus, with a bit of modern finesse, it could handle those twists and turns better than some of the older classics. The rest are interesting choices, but I think that Porsche has the edge in a race demanding both speed and agility. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking down, so make your choices fast before the race begins. Don't let your favorite car get left behind. Time's almost up, so pick your champion now. Wow, this is quite the throwback race. A Porsche 935/78 versus a Toyota Celica Turbo. I mean, the Porsche looks like it belongs in a museum. But who knows if that turbocharged legend still has some fight in it. The Porsche's got the power and the pedigree, but the Celica could surprise us with some sneaky agility. If I had to make a wild guess, I'd say the Porsche has the edge just because it's a racing beast from the late 70s, probably built to dominate. But hey, the Toyota might pull a rabbit out of the hat with some clever AI driving. So, I'm gonna put my chips on the Porsche for this one. But don't be shocked if the Toyota swings by and takes the lead for a moment. AI always keeps us guessing. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Misano, and leading from the front is Yuki Ramen in a classic 1977 Lingchi O Stratos Turbo. Starting strong and looking to hold that pole position. Yuki Ramen has shot off the line into the lead. Princess Wildface is holding strong in second place. And right behind her, Amy is hanging in there in third. Looks like a tasty start for the top three. Arayu Serial is charging through the field, now in 14th place after 3 quick overtakes. Amy and Princess Wildface are nose to nose for second place. Looks like a battle to watch. Naturally Unlucky just gained 1 spot, now in 5th, inching closer to the top. Neotexum is climbing to 3rd place. Rob Swizzle is also moving up to 5th. The battle for 4th between Rob Swizzle and Amy is heating up. Rob Swizzle is now in 4th place, closing the gap with Amy Dew. Amin-san has climbed 2 spots and is now in 7th. The battle for 4th is heating up. Rob Swizzle just overtook Amy for 4th place. Maya and Exhaust 21 are nose to tail for 9th. Shrine is climbing up to 11th, inching closer to the top 10. Spearlight Kale and Shron are nose to tail for 11th place. Yestero 133,796 is climbing to 19. Stankit is advancing to 21. Neotexum and Princess Wildface are nose to nose for 2nd place. Spearlakale is climbing up to 11th. Necrophantasm and Larashai are locked in a close fight for 22nd. Maya and Exhaust 21 are nose to tail for 9th place. Necrophantasm just gained a spot and is now in 22nd. La Roche and Necrophantasm are also fighting over 22nd, so expect some fireworks there. Neotexum is now in 2nd place. Amin-san has moved up to 6th. Vagrantanchanta and Amin-san are nose to nose for 6th place. Rob Swizzle is now in 3rd place after overtaking someone. Princess Wildface and Rob Swizzle are still battling closely for 3rd. Vagrantanchanta has moved up to 6th place. Amin-san is really having a rough time, dropping back to 18. Amy is inching closer to Princess Wildface, closing the gap by over a second. Exos 21 is climbing nicely now in 7th, after gaining 2 positions. Dimagichat is making a move, now in 21st place after overtaking 3 cars. The Grand Enchanter is closing the gap on Amy, cutting it down by 1.6 seconds. Stankit is climbing, now in 18th place after gaining 2 spots. Unstabel is really closing in on 88. Looks like a battle brewing. Tmagishat and Necrophantasm are stuck in a tight fight for 21st. Lirashe just snuck up 1 spot to 23rd. Unstabel is really pushing hard on Idielev, closing in by over a second. Necrophantasm is climbing up the field, now in the top 20. Lirshay is climbing up to 20. Tugonet DTV is now 22. Epic Sugar has moved into 23. The race is heating up. Zeroria is driving a vintage McLaren M1B, which is known for its lightweight design and racing pedigree. They're currently in 19th place, but their fastest lap is just under 2 minutes, so they're not entirely out of it yet. Well, look at that. Yakiraman just crossed the finish line first. Guess all those Raymond brakes paid off. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Yakiraman really outdid themselves. Congratulations on the win. Looks like all those late-night gaming sessions paid off. Can't wait to see what you do in the next race. If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the Hockenheimring circuit, I would probably go with the 1976 Lotus 77. It's known for its innovative design and aerodynamics, which could give it an edge on a track that favors speed and handling. Plus, it had some pretty talented drivers behind the wheel. All in all, I think the Lotus 77 might just have what it takes to edge out the competition and come out on top. Hey everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to do it. The clock's ticking, so make sure you get your choice in before it's too late. Don't miss out on the fun. Wow, this is like a vintage throwback race, isn't it? Both are classic cars from the same year, so it's going to come down to how well the AI handles these old school beauties. The Ensign 176 was known for decent reliability, but not exactly a speed demon, while the Shadow DN5B might have a slight edge in agility. I'd say Uncle Tobin's Shadow has the potential to take the lead, but don't count out Hermit Media's Ensign making a surprise move. It's gonna be a close one. But my guess is Uncle Tobin's Shadow will edge out in this race on the Hockenheimring. Alright folks, the race has just kicked off at Hockenheimring and Marty Freeze is sitting pretty on pole in the classic 1976 Tyrrell 07. Let's see if he can hold on to that lead or if the pack will close in quickly. Marty Freeze has shot out in front, leading the pack. Cobra Call is holding strong in second, trying to keep up. Naibe's in third, but expect some early action to shake things up. Naibe and Cobra Call are nose to tail for second place. Figure de Sport just gained a spot and is now in fifth. Ashinamerton and Figure de Sport are fighting hard for fourth. Ashianriton just gained a spot to take fourth place. Figureta Sport and Ashianriton are nose to nose for that fourth position. U20 Plays is climbing up to seventh place. Kai Boompera and Figureta Sport are nose to tail for fifth place. Stephen Brinkley just climbed one spot to eighth. Waffling Godders and Meg's Boring Life are locked in a close fight for 10th. Caffeinated Car just sneaked into the 12th spot. Rummy is 13th. And Dr. Felix are still neck and neck for 16th. Lamborghini Tuba and Hermit Media are fighting hard for 23rd. Skozer Ops just nudged into 14th place. Dyrok Official and Skozer Obza are nose to nose for that same spot. Ace Lays climbing up to 17th place. U20 Plays and K-Boomper are nose to tail for 6th place. Dyrok Official is climbing up to 14th. Aceley is sneaking into 16th. U20 Plays is climbing up to 6th place. Kai Boomper and U20 Plays are nose to nose for that spot. Skoserubs is making a move up to 14th. Caffeinated Car and Waffling Otters are neck and neck for 11th place. Dyrok Official is closing in on Skoserubsi, cutting the gap by over a second. Dyrok Official and Skoserubses are now fighting for 14th place. Waffling Gotters and Meg's Boring Life are nose to nose for 10th place. Skozerups just nudged up one spot to 13th. Ace Lay and Dyrok Official are locked in a fierce fight for 15th. Caffeinated Car just climbed to 11th place. Skozer Ops is closing in on Waffling Otters, cutting the gap by over a second. Aisley moved up to 15th place. Aisley and Shattered Pixel are locked in a tight duel for 14th place. Skozerobs and Waffling Otters are nose-to-nose for 12th place. Diruk Official just overtook someone to climb to 15th. Timborghini Tuba is inching closer to the top 23. U20 Place is now in 5th place. Caffeinated Car has moved up to 10th place. Meg's Boring Life and Caffeinated Car are nose-to-nose for 10th. U20 Plays is driving a Liggear JS5 and currently in 6th place. Their fastest lap is 150.633, which is pretty competitive. Looks like they're holding steady and making progress. Caffeinated Car and Nekvathi are neck and neck for 9th place. Skozer Ops and Meg's Boring Life are battling it out for 11th. Amy is closing in on Exley, cutting the gap to just under a second and a half. U20 Plays just climbed to 5th place. U20 Plays and Ashinriton are nose-to-nose for 4th. Kaboomper is chipping away at Figure 8 Sports' lead, now only 1.3 seconds behind. Caffeinated Car is gaining on Stephen Brinkley fast, closing the gap by over a second and a half. Skozer Ups is hot on Nekvathi's tail, catching up by 1/4 seconds. Waffling Otters just moved up one spot to 12, climbing the ranks nicely. Naiba is now in 2nd place. Ashineriton is closing the gap on Cobracle by 3.2 seconds. K Boompa has moved up to 6th place. Marty Freeze is leading comfortably with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control unless he makes a mistake. Marty Freeze is cruising at the front with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control unless he suddenly forgets how to drive. Figure 8 Sport and K Boompa are nose to tail in the battle for 6th place. Stephen Brinkley is chipping away at Figure 8 Sports' lead, now just 1.2 seconds behind. Caffeinated Car just sneaked into 8th place. Caffeinated Car and Figure 8 Sport are nose-to-nose for 7th. Aisley and Shattered Pixel are locked in a close fight for 15th. Benoni 1857 is climbing up to 18th place. Mutuba is narrowing the gap to Rummy Fizz 13, but still a bit of a distance to close. Wow, Marty Freeze really took the checkered flag. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Well done. Wow! Marty Freeze really showed everyone how it's done. Congratulations on the win, you definitely earned it. Looks like all of that virtual horsepower paid off. If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the Sochi Autodrome circuit, I would probably go with the Koenigsegg CGT. It's known for its incredible speed and agility, which are essential on a track with a mix of high-speed straights and technical corners. Plus, it's the kind of car that can really shine in a competitive environment. The others are certainly capable, but the Koenigsegg tends to have that extra edge when it comes to raw performance. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to make a move before the countdown hits 0. Don't miss out on the chance to see which AI-driven beauty takes the crown. Hurry up and choose your favorite before it's too late. Wow, both of these cars are quite the vintage beauties with some serious power behind them. The Ferrari 575 GTC has a reputation for being a fast and agile Grand Tourer. But the Saleen 7R is a beast, with a more aggressive stance and a history of dominating endurance races. Considering Sochi's twisty and technical layout, I might lean slightly towards the Saleen because of its raw power and aggressive design. But hey, with AI behind the wheel, anything can happen. It's going to be a close call, but I'd put my chips on the Saleen for a narrow victory. Let's see if the Ferrari can surprise us. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Sochi Autodrome, and Maya is on pole position. She's driving a classic 1998 Porsche 911 G2. So let's see if that vintage charm can outpace the competition today. Maya is leading the race from the start, followed closely by Slipsladaming in second and Heimeis in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Slipsladaming just took the lead from Maya in the race for first place. Amy and Skozerubs are still neck and neck for fourth. Super Siggy and Naive are battling hard for seventh. Maya is closing in on Slipsladaming. Helskank and Eliciton, 1095 are still neck and neck for 11th. Its Theria pair just gained a spot and is now in 18th. Tosa Ops and Heimeis are nose to tail for third place. Just Penchakes is climbing up to 20. Marjakoblaich just overtook someone and is now in 5th place. Amy and Marjakoblaich are still nose to nose for 5th. Maya is holding steady in 5th place. Naibe just overtook someone to climb to 6th. Super Siggy is right behind in 7th, both making moves. Amy is now 12, still trying to find her rhythm. Cap Holster is climbing to 7th place. Rose Spider is now in 12th. Bay 39 has moved into 13th. The GTR class cars seem to dominate the top spots, probably thanks to their power and handling at Sochi's mix of straight lines and tight corners. The track favors the GTR's speed and stability, giving them an edge over the GT4s, which are more balanced but less aggressive. Skozer Ups and Haimais are nose-to-nose for 3rd place. Super Siggy and Cap Holster are locked in a close fight for 7th. Rome Spider and Hellskank are neck and neck for 11th place. 89 and Rome Spider are also fighting for 12th. Amy is closing in on Red Panda Man in T4, shrinking the gap by 2:30 seconds. Cap'n Trippy just gained 1 spot and is now in 8th place. Amy is closing the gap on Red Panda Man in E4 by 2.6 seconds. Haimais is driving a 2004 Ferrari 550 GTS. They're currently in 3rd place, holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Looks like a solid race so far. Skozer Ops and Haimais are nose-to-nose for 3rd place. It's their Aper and Detoxins are locked in a fierce fight for 16th. Amy is closing in on Red Panda Manatee 4, cutting the gap by nearly 4 seconds. Haimais is climbing up to 2nd place. Mariako Bleich is closing in on Skozer Ops, cutting the gap by over a second. The battle for 4th place is heating up between Arja Koblech and Skozerobze. Cap Holster is really closing the gap on Naibi now. B39 is climbing up to 12th place. 3192 Kex is also making moves, now in 13th. Naibe is driving a 24 Chrysler Viper GT-SR, a car known for its raw power and aggressive handling. They're currently in 6th place, holding steady, but not making any big moves yet. Ilitsutona 1095 is driving a Nissan 370Z Nisamo GT4. They're currently in 11th place, but their lap time of nearly 2 minutes 26 seconds suggests they're struggling to keep pace with the leaders. Skozer Ops is climbing up to 3rd place. Captain Trippy and Cap Holster are nose-to-nose for 7th. Just Panchakes and Plebis 3 are locked in a close fight for 18th. Zademujijames is driving a 2018 Ford Mustang GT4 Tokai. Their race seems to be a bit of a struggle with a position around the 18th place, and a lap time over 2.5 minutes. Looks like they're having a tough time keeping up. Zademogenes is driving a 2018 Ford Mustang GT Ford away. Their race seems to be a bit of a struggle, currently in 18th place and quite a bit behind the leaders. Hellskank and Elicitone, 1095 are nose to tail for 10th place. Amy is chipping away at Red Panda 94, closing the gap by a second and a half. Wow, Maya, you really sped past everyone. Congratulations on the win, looks like you're the fastest thing on the track. Wow, congratulations to Maya for winning the race. That was impressive. You really showed those AI cars who's boss. As for the drivers who can claim a car, Amy, you snagged the fastest lap, so you're eligible for the 2004 Sailing 7R. Nice work! Everyone else, keep your engines ready for the next race. Sure thing. A fun fact about the Queensland National Track is that it's famous for its intense curves and sharp corners, making it a real challenge even for the most skilled AI drivers. It's like a roller coaster for cars, and it definitely keeps everyone on the edge of their seats. So watch out, because any driver can go from first place to 8th in the blink of an eye if they take a wrong turn. Alright everyone, time is almost up. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's your last chance to get in on the action. Don't let your favorite AI driver race without your support. Get those selections in before it's too late. Alright. This is a pretty interesting matchup. Frogsworth is behind the wheel of a 2015 Ferrari FXXK, which is a beast with its hybrid powertrain and advanced aerodynamics. On the other hand, Naibe is racing a 2012 Rough CTR 3, known for its incredible handling and raw driving experience, but it's a few years older. Considering both cars' strengths, I'd say Frogsworth has the edge thanks to that hybrid boost and Ferrari's engineering. It's like putting a rocket on wheels. But hey, Naibe's roof is no slouch, especially if the AI knows how to wrangle its handling. So, I'd put my chips on Frogsworth to take the victory, But don't count out Nibe just yet. These AI races keep surprising us. Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at the Queensland National Track. Amy is starting on pole position, piloting a vintage 2011 Mercedes Sterling Moss. Let's see if that classic can keep up with these hypercars. Makokaos has taken an early lead with Amy right behind in second place. Epic Sugar is holding on to third but expects some fireworks soon. Epic Sugar is climbing fast to take the lead. Gravy Graves is also pushing hard to stay ahead of Amy. Looks like a close fight for third place. Girl of Diamond and King Chu 22 are nose to tail for 8th place. Brogsworth just sneaked into 7th. Amy and Gravy Graves are still locked in that tight fight for 3rd. Willow Shrub is climbing up to 4th place. Naiba and Amy are locked in a close fight for 5th. Brogsworth and Naibi are also battling for 6th. Naiba advances to 5th place. Sputnik NZ climbs to 10th place. Yaboy Rwanda and Sputnik NZ are nose to nose for 10th. Brogsworth is climbing to 6th place. Yaboy Rwanda is making a move to 10th. Looks like some steady progress. Willow Shrub is climbing up to 3rd place now. Gravy Graves and Willow Shrub are nose to nose for that spot. Brogsworth is also making moves, now in 5th. King Shu 22 just climbed 1 spot to 8th place. Wrestling 567 and Maya are nose to nose for 15th. Yaboy Rwanda just overtook someone to move into 9th place. Looks like the battle for 9th is heating up between Yaboy Rwanda and Amy. Billy and Imbus Platinum are still neck and neck for 13th. Brogsworth just snuck into 4th place. Brogsworth and Willow Shrub are nose to nose for 3rd. Yaboy Rwanda and King Chu 22 are locked in a close fight for 8th. Willow Shrub is climbing nicely to 2nd place. Brogsworth and Mahokas are nose to tail for 3rd. Sputnik NZ and Amy are locked in a close fight for 10th. Brogsworth is climbing up to 3rd place. Willow Shrub is right behind him, both fighting for 2nd. Sputnik NZ and Amy are locked in a close duel for 10th. Gravy Graves is racing a Citroën GT from 2014. They're currently in 5th place and have a fastest lap of 1 minute, 13 seconds, which suggests they're holding steady but not blazing the fastest laps. Billy advances to 11th place. Silhouette also moves up to 15th place. Looks like Maya and Silhouette are nose to nose for that 15th spot. Gravy Graves and Mechochaos are nose to tail fighting for 4th place. Gerlof Diamond is sneaking up to 6th. Yabuai Rwanda and King Chu 22 are locked in a fierce duel for 8th. Gerlof Diamond is closing in on Gravy Graves, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. Yabuai Rwanda is climbing up the field, now in 8th place. Deli is also on the move, now in 10th. Well, look at that. Epic Sugar just took the top spot. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Epic Sugar really took the checkered flag in style. Congrats on the win. Looks like all those virtual laps paid off. Can't wait to see what you do in the next race. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and precision. The Daimler Teststrecke is known for its technical corners and smooth surfaces, so a car that can corner tightly and stay balanced at high speeds would shine here. Power is nice, but if the car can't handle the twists and turns, it won't matter much. A good balance between speed and agility would be the winning ticket. Alright, so we've got Maya, who's been around the block with 1238 races, and has a pretty solid win rate, coming in at 4th overall. Then there's Amundsen, with just 310 races under their belt, but a decent number of wins, though ranked much lower at 16th. Given the experience and the higher ranking, I'd give the edge to Maya. But you never know with these AI races. Sometimes underdog drivers surprise us. Still, I'd put my money on Maya to take this one. Alright folks, Maya's leading the pack in the LME free class at the Daimler Teststrecke, kickstarting the race in a classic 2010 Oreca FLM 09. Let's see if she can hold on to that pole position. The race kicks off with Maya leading the pack, followed closely by Naibe in 2nd place, and Amundsen holding on to 3rd. Looks like a tight start already. James Misk is climbing to 3rd place. Amundsen and James Misk are neck and neck for 3rd. Amy is advancing to 5th. Amy and Amundsen are fighting for 4th. Maya, is leading the race comfortably in the top spot with the Oreca FLM09. Looks like she's setting the pace and has a good gap ahead. No signs of trouble so far. Igenarai just climbed one spot to 10th place. Nadjakobelech and Upper Dope are nose to nose for 13. Helskank is driving a 2010 Chevrolet Cruze in the TCA class. They are currently in 8th place and seem to be holding their position without much drama so far. James Misk is driving a 2016 8S03 Nissan Tata. They are currently in 4th place and holding steady, but no real threats behind or ahead. Looks like a quiet but solid race so far. Maya is leading comfortably in the LMP3 class with the Oreca FLM09. Looks like she's got a solid gap and no immediate threats. The race seems to be going smoothly for her so far. Aminsan and Naiva are neck and neck for 2nd place. Amy and James Misk are fighting hard for 4th. School bus Rustef DA and Amy are locked in a close duel for 5th. School bus Rustef V is climbing fast now in 4th place. Igenarai just moved up one spot to 8th. Looks like some strategic moves happening. Aminsan is driving an Oreca FL9, which is holding a solid 2nd place. Looks like they're keeping up the pressure and staying close to the leader. Maya is leading the race with a comfortable gap. Her Oreca FLM09 is holding strong at the front, and she seems to be setting the pace. Looks like she's in control so far. Aminsan just sneaked into 2nd place. Looks like they're on a mission to climb higher. Amy and James Misk are nose to nose for 5th. This race is heating up. Schoolbus Rustefi is closing in on Naibe, now just a second and a bit behind. Amy has moved up one spot into 5th place. James Misk Amy are battling hard for 5th position, nose to tail. Tug on It DTV is climbing to 9th place. Helskank and Tug on It DTV are nose to nose for that position. Marjakobleich is inching up to 14th. I'm Dady. Schoolbus Rostefti and Naibe are neck and neck for 3rd place. Helskank and Tug on It TTV are also locked in a close fight for 9th. Maya is cruising at the front with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control. The LMP3 cars are clearly faster and dominating the front, while the TCA class struggles to keep up, especially on this track. The track favors the quicker prototypes, leaving the TCA cars fighting for scraps. James Misk is driving a 2016 8S03 Nissan Tatawa. They're currently in 4th place, but have a slowest lap of nearly 2 minutes, so they might be struggling a bit to keep up. Congratulations, Maya. Looks like you're the fastest thing on the track today. Who knew all that practice paid off? Congratulations to me for winning the race. I must say, I'd make a great driver if I could actually sit behind the wheel. As for the fastest lap, I'll definitely take that 2010 Oreca FLM09 Elm MP3. Who knew AI could be so generous? Well, I guess I am technically AI, so maybe I'm just showing off my own car. Alright, here's a fun fact for you. The Finisto vintage track has been around since the 1960s, so it's like a fine wine, getting better and more nostalgic with age. It's known for its challenging layout that really tests drivers' skills, making it a throwback to the golden era of racing. Plus, the scenery around the track is so beautiful. It's basically a race through a postcard. Alright, this is shaping up to be quite the interesting race. The 2010 Oreca FLM09, driven by Seidemoji James, is a reliable machine, probably holding onto its corners pretty well at this point. But the 2017 Norma M30, driven by Amy, is newer, usually more aerodynamic and tech-savvy, so it might have an edge in speed and handling. Given that, I'd say the Norma M30 has a slight advantage here. But hey, in racing, anything can happen, and Old Faithful can sometimes surprise us with a little extra grit. Who do you guys think? Alright everyone, the race is underway at Venisto Vintage Track, and Naibe is starting on pole in the LMP3 class, driving a classic 2010 Oreca FLM09. Let's see if the old school can keep up today. Zugsterkat is leading the race, holding a solid first place. Amy is right behind in second, trying to keep the pressure on. Naibe is currently in third, but expects some quick moves from the pack. Geoging Americas just moved up one spot, now in 10th place. Geoging Americas and Ixnabadexo are nose to tail for 9th. This race is heating up. Ixnobadixel is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 6th place. Cheronixerosis, Nutkus up 1 to 7th. Trifonenity 3 also gains 1 to 10th. Looks like Trifonenity 3 and Maya are neck and neck for 9. Gilgina Miracles is on a roll, overtaking 3 cars to reach the 8th place. Maya is also climbing, moving up 1 spot to 9. Things are heating up. Naiba and Amy are nose to nose for 2nd place. Maya is closing in on Cheryl Mizurosis, chipping away at the gap by nearly 4 seconds. Maya is holding steady in 4th place. Amy just took the lead, leaving the pack in her dust. That emoji Jammies is now in 2nd, closing the gap. Dongritsonther is in 3rd, trying to keep up with the front runners. Maya is gaining on Ixnobadixel now. Looks like a potential move coming up. Sukstakat better watch out with Ixnobadixel breathing down their neck. Naiba holding strong in 4th. Amy is leading the race in the 1st position with a Norma M30. Their fastest lap is still a mystery, but they seem to be holding a steady pace and maintaining a comfortable lead. The Award is racing a 2010 BMW M3 GT4. They're currently in 11th place, so it looks like a quiet race for now with no major moves. The LMP3 cars are clearly faster and dominating the top spots, especially with Amy leading comfortably. The GT4 cars are lagging behind, likely struggling with the track's demands or slower pace. The track favors the lighter, more agile LMP3s. Maya is now in 6th place, climbing up the field. La Croissant 1980 is gaining on BioArt, closing the gap by over a second. La Croissant 1980 is driving an Aston Martin Vantage GT4 and is currently in 7th place. The race seems steady for now, but they might want to pick up the pace to catch the cars ahead. The LMP3 cars are clearly dominating with the top 4 spots, showing their speed and agility on this track. The GT4s are trailing behind, struggling to keep up, probably due to the tracks favoring lighter, more aerodynamic prototypes. Cheromancerosis is driving a 2010 BMW M3 GT4. They're currently in 8th place and seem to be struggling with their lap times, as their fastest lap is significantly slower than others. Dongritsonther is driving a 2017 Norma M30 and is currently in 3rd place. Their fastest lap is just a bit slower than the leaders, so they're staying competitive. Georgina Miracles is driving a 2010 Aston Martin Vantage GT4. Their race looks pretty rough with a very slow lap time and a position at the back of the pack. Wow, Amy, you really took the checkered flag. Congratulations on the win at Affinisto Vintage. Looks like all those laps paid off. Wow, Amy really pulled off a triple crown today. Winning the race, setting the fastest lap time, and making the most overtakes is no small feat. That's some serious driving skill right there, congratulations. And for the lucky driver who managed to claim a car, Amy, you're getting the 2017 Norma M30. That's a pretty sleek ride to add to your collection. Well deserved. Hey everyone. Just a quick break while we get everything ready to go again. Sit tight, grab a snack if you need to, and I'll be back with more car racing action in a few minutes. Don't go anywhere.